welcome to Workhorse Wrestling Network. You are gathered with us tonight for the Cookout Podcast, where we talk about what's cooking up in the world of professional wrestling. No,
This
that's
is the winner's
Tuesday.
circle.
This is Saturday morning. Hello and welcome to on this fine Saturday morning. You are gathered with us today for the Winner's Circle, where we will be reviewing Raw, NXT, and AEW Dynamite, baby.
Mhm.
Wow.
To be fair, it's early on Saturday morning. It is still dark on this West Coast over here, 7:03 a.m. on my side, so it's only 9 o'clock on your end. So to be
If
fair, I get it.
you can't
Um,
tell, I'm really excited for this Tuesday.
so yes, as always, we're here, same bat time, same bat channel, every Saturday morning, 7 a.m. Pacific, 10 a.m. Eastern, to review for Winter Circle, to review Raw, NXT, and SmackDown. As Sammy Joe said, I'm not SmackDown, AEW Dynamite. I'm already doing it. So uh, if you're here with us and you're new to the YouTube channel, hit the subscribe button, hit the like button on this video. It helps a lot. Hit the bell so you get notified every time we put something up on YouTube. That's the best way to make sure that you get notification that we're going live with something or putting up something. Um, let's see, what was I going to say? If you're watching on Twitch, give us a follow over there. If you want to scan this QR code, which I'll put up here in a minute, that'll take you to Linktree. And from there, you can get to all of our social medias. We are everywhere. We love to interact with you everywhere we are. So if you're here with us in the chat live now, chime in. Let us know you're here. Let us know what you have going on this Saturday. Maybe let us know what you thought about Deadline, NXT Deadline last week, which was a solid show. And or maybe what you think about Saturday night's main event coming up tonight, which should be a decent show. I mean, without getting too much into it, because we're going to get to it when Anika gets here and she does Dynamite. I was a little I was a little underwhelmed this week with Winter is Coming. It felt like it should have been a bigger show than it was, just being that it's Winter is Coming. You know what I mean? Like a special Dynamite, and I didn't have that feel about it per se. It wasn't a bad show. I thought it was a very solid episode. It just didn't have that feel like a special episode to me.
Because like we had that one year where like we had the world title change hands, like John Moxley lost to Kenny Omega, and like Sting debuted, like, and then like comparing it to that, like, yeah, very lackluster.
Yeah, yeah, and I think AEW needs to. Their production isn't bad, but they need to find some way to make it a little more spectacle feeling. That's something that WWE does really well, even with their weekly shows, but especially with their PLEs or pay per views, whatever you call them. It feels like a spectacle. It feels like a real happening. And sometimes AEW doesn't quite feel like that to me when it's supposed to.
Yeah, like I mean, I get that this isn't a pay-per-view, but still, it's a TV special, and it should be treated like it's special.
Yeah,
I
I agree.
mean, to be fair, Dynamite's usually the best show of the week, anyways. But like, this
And
is
it
the
still
week
may
where you're
have been,
supposed
which
to
we'll
like
get
pull out.
into, but
This is the week you're supposed to pull out all the stops.
exactly. Exactly.
Like, no show should be bigger than this until World's End.
And
Like,
I feel like they just need more pop and circumstance, and I don't know, like I can't explain it. There's when I watch WWE and AEW, the difference for me really is production level. It just is. It feels like WWE has a higher production budget, knows what they're doing a little bit better. It feels more, it feels better produced. Now the wrestling isn't as good, and we can debate the storylines, whatever. Some of that's all, the storyline stuff is personal opinion. But as far as the wrestling goes, a lot of the wrestling obviously is way better on AEW, but the production is just so
and
much better
I
with
feel like that's
WWE.
not personal opinion. That's just fact. AEW's wrestling is better.
I
Like,
agree. I mean, I don't think that's a personal opinion thing. I mean, I don't know how it can't be a fact when you have the best wrestlers in the planet in your company. I mean, and you have, multiple guys that are considered best wrestlers on the planet at the moment in your company. I mean, depending on what your opinion is, right? So, I mean, you got the Ospreys, you got the MJFs, you got the, whoever else you want to say is at the top of that level. The Swerve Stricklands, I mean, when I think about Gunther or Roman Reigns or even Sami Zayn, if you want to put him in there, Kevin Owens, I mean, those guys are great. Kevin Owens, maybe Sami Zayn are a little bit different, but for me, Roman Reigns, Gunther, and I love Gunther, they just don't quite stack up as far as wrestling ability in the ring goes. So,
And they also got periphery dudes who, like, you wouldn't say is the best wrestler on the planet, but like you definitely wouldn't call him bad. Like,
oh yeah, and I didn't even mention John Moxley, or I mean, there's so many guys out there, and right now, I mean, Claudio, the work he's doing at the moment is insane. I mean, like,
but I was thinking like Hangman Page. Like,
yeah,
I
Hangman
wouldn't I
Page,
wouldn't say
the
Hangman
Kyle
Page is one of the
Fletchers,
best wrestlers in the world, but like you put him in with somebody good, you're getting something good
yeah,
at it. Like,
yeah, no doubt about it. I mean, yeah, I mean, and he's at the lower end of your main event. I mean,
mm,
picture. So I mean that tells you what you need to know because he's an amazing wrestler. Like if Hangman was in WWE, he'd be at the very top of the
yeah.
pile of the best wrestlers.
And if he's
So
not, like, I don't understand what they're doing. Like, I'd put him above Cody.
yeah, I agree. I agree. I think he's a better wrestler than Cody, and I think he's just all around. I think he's got a little bit more of that it factor. Not against Cody, I just I think he's extremely talented. So
Oh,
yeah. So I
Switchblade
mean,
Jay White. We didn't mention Switchblade Jay
yeah,
White.
yeah.
Oh,
Jay White, Takeshita Okada. I mean, there's
mm,
so many people over there. I mean, there's a lot of people that think Okada's the best wrestler in the world. So I mean, and now he's in
yeah.
AEW.
I like Okada. I like Okada a lot more than you do. But, like, that,
Well, I mean, there was definitely a time where
you,
he was the face of New Japan.
there were nights, there are nights in which he was.
Yeah, I
Or
mean,
not.
40-year-old Okada, not anymore. But I mean, there was a time where he was considered maybe the best wrestler on the planet. So
On
he was
any given
definitely the face of New Japan and the best wrestler in New Japan.
made you think he was the best wrestler in the world. But, like, if it's not a expect that from him.
Yeah,
It's not a pay per view. Do not expect.
which is one of my issues with Okada. I mean, that's why, and that's one of the things I don't really like about him. I mean, I don't believe a you can be considered the best in the world and also be considered a guy that doesn't show up all the time. Like that to me, that doesn't equate. The reason that you're the best in the world or consider that is because you show up and give 110% every single time, no matter what the situation is.
Which, like John Moxley,
Yeah, or the
leads
Brian
teams in
Danielsons,
wrestling.
or
Honestly, his run here is spectacular. And it doesn't matter if it's a freaking bingo.
yeah, absolutely, yeah. No, and I'm starting to,
Like, performance.
yeah, I'm starting to feel that way about Ross. The more and more I see him, the more and more I get that feeling about him. It doesn't matter whether it would be two people in a bathroom or a million people at Wembley Stadium. He's going to do the same thing he does every single time, and that's to me is what separates the greatest from the good or whatever. And to me, that's an issue with Okada, right? So, but yeah, I mean, nonetheless, I mean, all that said, um, you can't, it's hard to compare the two rosters. I don't think they're comparable. I think AEW's roster, as far as wrestling goes, is head and shoulders above WWE. But again, WWE's production is better, and um, we can debate the storylines. I think that's debatable storylines.
My internet cut out doing that last night too. I like flashing on me. Oh, you mother.
So we're waiting on Anika. Hopefully she'll be here in any minute. So she'll be here about 5 minutes later. So I suppose we could probably start on Raw and she can catch up when she gets here if you want, unless you got something else you wanted to talk about until she gets here.
Is there another dude who's like
Yeah, you're
of like elite staff, and still he would give everything he got in front of 50 people like he
Who was that? I missed the name.
did for Mox.
Oh yeah. We said John
Give as
Moxley.
much heart in front of 50.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. No, and I think you have that with a fair amount of guys there. I mean, I like I said, I feel like Will Ospreay is getting to that point for me. The more I watch him, I think he seems to be that kind of guy too. That you know, if it was two guys in a bathroom, he'd give you the same effort that he gives you as a million at Wembley or 100,000 at Wembley. I also get that feeling like about a Darby Allin. I think Darby Allin is going to give you the same effort no matter what the situation is. A bar on a Friday night with 10 people or a sold out Wembley Stadium. Um, Bryan Danielson's probably the same way. I think. Um, at least that's the impression that I get. Uh, I'm sure there's plenty of other guys that are like that. I just maybe they're not quite as obvious. I mean, I don't. You know, there isn't anybody else that I know of that distinctly like has an issue or a reputation for not necessarily showing up on a regular basis or having, you know, being known that at times he's not maybe giving 100%. We're talking about Okada at the moment,
Oh
and
God.
guys that we feel like, well, just guys that we feel like will give you that we were talking about the best wrestlers on the planet and we were comparing AEW to WWE as far as wrestling goes, and I was talking about how AEW has probably, you know, depending on your opinion and what's going on, they have 4 or 5, maybe 6 guys, at least one hand of guys that could be potentially considered best in the world. And I don't know that there's anybody in WWE that has that. So we were talking about some of the names and we brought up Okada, and Sammy mentioned, you know, that the Okada you get at a pay-per-view, say Wrestle Kingdom or at a big match, is not necessarily the same Okada that you get on a Dynamite or on a Collision. And so we were talking about, for me, that's an issue. That's, you know, I mean, if you're going to be a GOAT, a greatest, you know, one of the
Yeah.
best on the planet, you got to be willing, you got to be the same in front of 2 people as you are in front of 100,000 people. And so we were talking about names that we felt were like that. We're talking about John Moxley. I said Darby Allin, I think, is like that. I think he's the kind of guy that's going to give you the same energy in a bar
Right.
full of 10 people that he's going to give you at Wembley. Yeah. And then we mentioned Ospreay too. Anybody comes to mind on
For
your end?
Ospreay, you said in a bathroom with 2 people. To you.
Yeah, in a bathroom. I mean, I think so. I mean, I think, you know, yeah. I mean, I think a lot of these guys, I mean, would, you know, anyone come to mind, Anika, before we start on Raw, or you want to contribute anything to the discussion?
No.
Yeah. All right. Well,
Yeah.
we are all here, so we can get this bad boy started. Shimmer Joe. I want to kick it off with Monday Night Raw from this last Monday. Oh, did you freeze?
Did you? So I can
Yeah,
hear. I can hear you.
Yeah, I think he froze. He's not moving or saying anything.
And that kind of sucks. Daggone it.
Daggone it. Let me see. I got to bring up. I have NXT notes, but I don't have any Raw notes. So let me see.
With me, might like me.
Yes.
Yeah.
I'm going.
So
Raw.
we kicked the show. Balor interrupting Gunther.
Yes, we did.
Internet's like me this morning.
These were the problems we were having last night. We're just like, come, why do y'all want us? Why do you not want us to finish this stream? We're gonna finish it though. There's gonna be some black spots.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, so, what was I going to say? Gunther was in the ring, and then he was interrupted by Finn.
Mm-hmm.
And, you know, I mean, and then it ended up breaking down from there.
I can't stand y'all. Okay, so no, let's be a little bit more specific.
Yeah, please. No, I was trying to get to the notes because I'm trying to remember it all because after watching 3 shows and then I did actually watch a little SmackDown, so trying to remember what happened. Yeah, okay.
But yeah, no.
So,
But more so, Finn was just like, "Why are you mad at me? You should be thanking me. This is twice. This is the same. Same rhetoric of you. I told you, for me, which is true, on SummerSlam and at the last time they did it, which was Survivor Series, if it wasn't for me, you wouldn't have been champion. I just want to thank you." And so, Gunther's like, I'm not giving you this. I'm not giving you that. Because you want to interfere in my matches. And look. And of course, everyone has to go back to 2016. He was the first Universal Champion only for a day. And so Finn just has to, Gunther just has to bring this up. You were great for a day. I've been great for X amount of years. It's like, listen. What?
During the segment, Damian Priest came out and they gave the beat down to Priest.
yes, they did.
Yes, but first and foremost, listen. As someone, okay, I wasn't an NXT darling when it was in the black and gold era, but I do know someone I like when I like them, right? So when Finn came and he was, the Demon Finn or whatever, 2016, I was intrigued. I actually did, okay, let's see what happens. So bringing up this past, I don't like it. I don't like it for myself personally. I'm pretty sure everyone who's a fan of Finn didn't like it either. Because it's like, come on, this one time where freaking Self was being a freaking on a rampage and just hurting people, and you want to hurt this dude's shoulder. It was just like, what could have been? What could have been? So let's not bring it up anymore. So. But besides that, he was just like, but yes, I did look up to you, but now but like you only been good for a day. I was good for X amount of years, and then that's when Judgment Day was like, well, okay, fine, we're gonna beat you up, and that's when the all rise from Damian came out, and he was on the tick, he was fighting him, but then Finn, you can't beat 4-1, even if you are a babyface, and I like that. It should be that way, where no matter what circumstances, 4-1 is not good odds. So let's just be a little bit smart about this. But he got behind cooked. I think Gunther got back up, but not so far. And then but Finn stood tall out of all this, holding up the tag team championship and the world WWE championship. And that means that you're not going to win. Sorry.
And then right after the whole melee, Adam Pearce added Finn to the title match, or not Finn, Damian Priest to the title match. So now it's a triple threat title match. Finn, Damian, and Gunther. I mean, this was okay. I find it a little weird. Gunther's outnumbered, so Damian comes out in theory to help Gunther, but Gunther just beats him up. So it's like. Wanted the help or, trust him or whatever the case may be. And then Judgment Day came in and beat up Damian more. But, no, I mean, I thought this was fine. I mean,
But yeah, not more so to beat up, to help Gunther, but more so, remember, like, I'm getting my look back because you screwed up my match. So, more so with that aspect of it.
Yeah. What was I going to say? With Gunther, I'm trying to... For some reason, he doesn't feel to me like he's having the impact he had before. And I don't know, I'm not sure why I feel that way. I don't know. I feel like they're letting him talk a little too much, and some of his talking is a little boring and bland. He doesn't have a whole lot of personality. Like, he's fine, but he's very stoic and very just kind of, you know what I mean? And so watching him talk for 10 minutes or 15 minutes, it's like, okay, this is a little boring. But at the same time, he's really good at what he does too in the ring, and he's a good heel and all those things. So I mean, it's a weird dynamic. But then Finn came out, and obviously Finn's great. So and all the stuff you said. Now you're hanging out in the clubhouse with weirdos, and 8 years ago you were the best in the world, and look at you now, and all those things. And to a certain extent, he's not wrong. Tell me when he's lying. He's not totally wrong, and then Priest comes out and what ends up happening. I'm so fine for a triple threat match. Anika doesn't sound like she likes it. My only issue with it is that we've already seen Damian Priest have this opportunity, and I kind of want to see Finn get it alone. At the same time, if the goal here, and I'm not saying it is, if the goal is to take the belt off of Gunther and have Finn be the champion or Damian in the triple threat, it's easier to do because you can save the champion by pinning the other guy. So here, Finn can get the win by pinning Damian Priest and protect Gunther, and Gunther still has an argument later down the road. So, and if that's the case, like the only person either Gunther has to retain or it's got to go to Finn. I don't need to see Damian with the belt again at this point. So
I wouldn't mind
I mean,
it.
I thought it was fine. You wouldn't mind it?
It would be a Damian run without Judgment Day with him.
Yeah. I mean, he's definitely good enough to be, and superstar enough to be champion twice. I just don't know that I need to see it right now. I feel like it's been a really long time, even though he's a tag team champion, and even though Judgment Day's been kind of at the top of the pile faction-wise and storyline-wise, it's been a long time since we've seen Finn at the top of the mountain. And I wouldn't mind seeing Finn at the top of the mountain again. I mean, Damian just had the title. Damian just had the title. So
and it's definitely a way to prolong it because the way that they've been building the story, it's looking like, the cracks are forming on Judgment Day, and him winning the title would help unify them back together.
And I do think that especially when it comes to a heel faction and it's supposed to be your biggest, it's the one that you want to be, I guess, your biggest faction. You want to put gold on them because it makes them more legitimate. I mean,
are they still the biggest faction without Damian and Rhea? Like,
on
Raw,
I
don't think so. I mean, I don't necessarily think so, but yeah, Anika says probably on Raw. Yeah, I mean, we do have Final Testament, which is making a push with Miz and the Wyatt Six. I don't know how you rank those 3, 1, 2, 3, whatever, but those to me seem to be the 3 big factions on Raw that are vying to be the big, the premier faction.
I'm sorry, but the standouts of the group aren't really standing out.
I mean, the only standout of Judgment Day right now is Finn Balor, right? I mean, when it really boils down to it. I mean, I like Carlito, and he had a serviceable career, but really, I mean, he was pretty mid-card even when he was in his prime. And we know what J.D. McDonough is. He's solid, but they're not pushing him anywhere past a mid-card situation. And then Dom is Dom. I mean, Dom might end up being a superstar. I don't know. The jury's still out on that. He's still young in the scheme of things and could end up being a megastar. And Liv is what she is. Either you like her or you don't. I mean, the women's division is a little down, so she's, a little up at the moment. And all that being said, you like her or you don't.
And most of the good women are on SmackDown.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, for me, Judgment Day is very mid beyond Finn. So, I mean, but they push them like they're not, and I think they want them to be a huge deal. So, putting gold on them, especially when you have a lot of people that maybe aren't main event stars, putting gold on them helps raise them to a certain extent, I guess, and gives the faction more credibility. So it wouldn't surprise me to see Finn get a run with the belt here, and I'm okay with that.
Yeah, but I don't think it should end with this right now. I even though you don't like Gunther, I don't see him losing just yet. I don't. Okay.
No, I mean, I love Gunther. I mean, I'm a huge Gunther fan. I mean, he's my guy to a certain extent. I feel like the more he's given the spotlight, especially to talk, the more, not limitations, I just think he's a little boring at times. Like, there's not a lot of life there. There's not a lot of, it's very stoic and which is fine. I mean, that's his character. That's his personality. It's fine. It just doesn't. It's not the John Moxleys. It's not that, you're not as invested because he doesn't feel as emotionally invested. So.
All right,
Sammy, what was next?
New Day arrived, and everybody was.
They got booed, boy. The hell was not happy about them being there. Holy smokes! I've never heard the New Day get booed like that. Ever. Clearly, the fans have chosen a side.
Yes, the right side.
And they've chosen the wrong side.
No, they didn't choose the wrong side. No, what did we do?
Because Anika's on Big E's side.
Spoke your neck, so what? You
All right,
in real life think that's how you supposed to end stuff, even if you think you're right.
How about some details about their New Day segment?
They walked past Alpha Academy. They walked past Natalia.
No fist pump, no handshake, no handshake, no fist pump, no handshake.
Um,
You don't get down from us. You don't
Kofi
get jacked up
Kingston
from us.
seemed upset.
Like,
Dan,
like
I guess
generally confused. It's like, why are you confused?
I understand the deciding to turn on Big E. That makes sense storyline wise. I can see why that plays. My concern is just who do we have left as a face tag team on Raw in any capacity? I mean, right now we
So,
have Judgment Day, the tag team champions. I mean, I guess you have Alpha Academy, but Otis and Tozawa don't do anything. I mean, the Creeds are heels, right? And they're
Yeah.
heels. Now Judgment Day, or not Judgment Day, New Day, for all intents and purposes, assuming that Xavier and Kofi are keeping that name, it sounds like they are. They're now heels. So I mean, they're gonna battle with Judgment Day for the titles now that
Oh,
they're reunited. I mean,
I
the
already
whole
got,
thing's weird.
I got set up. I got set up.
All right, go ahead, give it to us.
All right, so I really was thinking about this because I do think that they should have the titles, but here's the trajectory of how it has to get down. So Judgment Day, they're not gonna War Raiders, no, but what I'm thinking is Judgment Day loses to the Wyatt Six, and the Wyatt Six loses to New Day, and New Day and Wyatt Six feud. Why? Because you gave up on your brother, you gave up on your family. Yeah.
Interesting. I mean, not that you have to have, and we talk about this all the time, or I've talked about it a lot. But I feel like in 2024, or in this modern era of wrestling, let's say 2020 on, or even whatever the last 5, 10 years, it feels like those lines are blurred more than ever between whether you're a face or a heel. At the same time, they still like to pit heels and faces against each other, and you just mentioned 3 heel teams. I guess unless Wyatt Six is a face, as a face faction at the moment, which is really weird to have your bizarre culty faction, faces. I mean, that really works for them.
I disagree with Anika.
They're not culty. They're just off the grid. What are you doing?
I think that the MO for the Wyatt Six would be beating up Big E then.
No, it's not. Oh, they're going. Broke your neck, so what? Okay, fine. All right, fine. Okay.
He's had years to support them from the sidelines. He chose not to.
Because you're 2 grown freaking men. I didn't think I had to babysit 2 grown freaking men to keep the freaking group alive. But all right, fine. My bad. One has a wife and 3 kids, but all right.
No, I mean, I was extremely, even though I thought it was kind of odd, and I don't necessarily subscribe to WWE's desire to split up every single tag team, and I thought that New Day had kind of escaped it. It had been a long, long time. They've been together forever, and then they were, this last 2 months there was a lot of friction between Kofi and Xavier, and I thought that's where we were going. Obviously, the story has taken a turn. I don't dislike this. I'm just not quite sure I see where it's going the way I saw
think
the
it's
other one going.
SmackDown.
You think they're going to SmackDown?
Mm-hmm.
Interesting. In the shakeup, huh? Interesting.
Yep.
Sounds like Roman's going to Raw on Netflix.
So real quick, yes. I think that's only one match, but the Ulafala Tribal Combat, the first Raw on Netflix, January 6th. I think it's only a one-off. I'm not sure. I don't think they're going to solidify. It's going to be Roman on Raw. I think it's a one-off, but I'm not 100% sure. But I think we're going to do let's do the one match and see, because if I'm Roman and you want me on Raw, that means it's a pay grade. Because you saw the numbers he did for SmackDown, so you want me to bring that to Raw? That's an upgrade. I need that raise. I need that raise, homie. So I think they're going to do the one match, and then we're gonna talk numbers, as you say.
Yeah. All right. What was next, Jimmy?
8-man tag team match: the Wyatt
Ooh.
Six versus Final Testament and The Miz.
So good. So good. Like, take it to AEW. Well, yeah. Kind of like I'm trying to think. Raw, WWE did have multi-man matches, but they always sucked. They weren't done right. They're like taking the AEW, like, oh, this is how you do a multi-man match. Okay, copy that.
Yeah.
Bet.
People called them schmoz matches, whatever that
Oh,
means.
what? Oh,
Yeah.
I do.
Of like, this doesn't matter. It's just trying to get people on TV. That like no effort was put into this.
Oh yeah, I understand what you're saying. I didn't have that feeling about this.
Yeah. I can get like you put that more towards the no offense the women matches where it's just like
Yeah.
oh it's Pure Fusion Collective with versus Natty and Valkyria. It's like y'all have no relationship with each other. I think that's
Yeah, they
why
like
a
to do that in New
match.
Japan.
This was used in reference of 5 years ago for all the 6-man tag matches. Of like, anytime it's a 6-man tag match instead of a 4-man tag match, the match doesn't matter.
Yeah, but this was
Interesting.
definitely not that.
I mean, does it matter? I mean, I don't know yet. I mean, it's not singles for titles, those kinds of things. But this match didn't feel like it was a brush off. I mean, I thought
No.
this came
They're,
off well.
they're in a rivalry. They're in a rivalry.
Yeah. Final Testament getting the win, Karrion Kross getting the pin.
Oh,
I thought was a little interesting. I mean, I kind of have to expected that the Wyatt Six would get the first win in the first like multi-man match, but it is what it is. Again, in theory, you have two heel factions, really, right? So it's a little of a weird dynamic. I mean, unless you're assuming that the Wyatt Six are the faces here, because Final Testament definitely aren't faces.
they are the face. What is what you talking about? The Wyatt aren't faces. They are the faces.
Paul Ellering whooped out a maneuver that probably was last seen on Saturday Night Main Event, hitting him in the face with the powder.
Yeah, after getting beat down and being out for several weeks, Paul Ellering is back, made his return in this segment, and helped them get the win with the powder to the face. And yeah, I mean, I'm a huge Paul Ellering fan, so
yeah.
I mean, if Rick James was a professional wrestler, that'd be his finishing maneuver.
We're not doing this.
Was that too far?
Listen, here's the thing. I'm not saying that the Wyatt Six are heels. What I'm saying is, how do you have what is supposed to be a very dark, ominous, not maybe cult is the wrong word, cult, spiritual, supernatural, monstery type of group that's good guys? Where have you ever seen that? Like, that doesn't compute. What?
Taker.
Yeah. Taker? Oh,
I'm
okay.
Taker, yes.
I mean, I guess.
But the thing is Undertaker kind of also trudged that line too of like he could always do something heelish if he ever wanted.
Yes.
Yeah, and I mean, to me, he was always a tweener or a heel. He was never a face. He was a heel that they rooted for and loved, in my opinion. I mean, he wasn't like the dastardly heel, but he was never a good guy. Not in my opinion. He was never the bubbly baby face, like when you talk about a traditional baby face.
See, look here, old man. Everybody isn't eat your parents, say your vitamins, or hustle loyalty respect as a baby face.
I'm not saying they are, but look at what they've done to Jamie Hayter. I mean, you want to talk about dynamics? Like, they totally turned her into fucking pastel and red hair to make her a face because they had to do something to show she's a face now. Like,
no. I think that's her decision. I think she went to a thrift store and said, "Hey, I want to do this." That's her decision.
When Bayley turned heel, they made her Dark Bayley. That was the difference between Bayley. Was she went from being light, bubbly, dancing with her, inflatable clowns to Dark Bayley. That made her a heel. I mean, what heel is a light, airy, happy, bubbly person? I mean,
now to Bayley, that was because, like, yes, she turned heel, but that was a easy switch off because who the freak, what you call it? has freaking bubble buddies with them. So it's like, all right, you're not a face anymore. Kill a bubble buddies. But then she went back to being a face. She didn't go back to the bubble buddies. She still has the hair. She still has the clothes and the. I don't say weird theme song, but I want better for her. The
No, I mean it's the same thing that I had about Dark Order. Like Dark Order was supposed to be like it felt like this dark group, and Brody Lee was going to come and take them over, and they were going to be this ominous kind of force. And then they ended up, obviously, what happened, and they ended up becoming a comedy group, and that doesn't work for a group called the Dark Order. Like, I mean, it's not.
The thing is when they had Brody, it was perfect because Brody would be funny, but he'd make it seem like he's being unintentionally funny, and he'd play the straight man too,
right?
Like just whipping out papers and just smacking them upside John Silver's head. It's like, whoa.
I mean, maybe
without Brody, like Dark Order was never the same.
They weren't the same, but they were doing good with Hangman, and then they just dropped them. I don't like that because like we were still doing pretty good where they should be on television, and you just dropped them. And I like what? I miss my Long John Silver's. I miss Johnny Hungy. I miss Alex Silver and old boy who used to Gresham, not Gresham. What's his name?
Stu.
Help me out here. Stu was fantastic, and I am very mad that Stu's not on my TV anymore. So yeah.
But yeah, they definitely had to flip some stuff around with Brody Lee's passing because, like,
for sure.
The intention was Hangman versus Brody Lee, but then they couldn't do that anymore, and it was just like, let's just have Hangman actually join them instead of feud with them.
I thought this tag team. I thought this match was fine. Again, a lot of times, like you said, they have these matches that don't really mean much. But
they've gotten a lot better about that over the years, at least for the men.
Yeah,
like sometimes with the women,
Cross getting the pin.
Yeah,
and Paul Ellering is back, so they get the first.
With this, I'm pretty sure they're like, hold up. They're all like, hold up, wait. We're actually getting Karrion Kross over. We got we love you. Like, look, YS6 will be fine. But Karrion, we've been trying to freaking get this dude back over for the past 2 years. We actually have something cooking. We're gonna let him win this one, and we'll get the look back. But we can't stop this right now. We can't stop this right now because sweet baby Jesus, we actually have something cooking. So he's gonna win the first match. We're gonna win it. But we have to keep it going. We have to keep it going.
A big thing I think that they need to do is follow the Taker method and don't have them every week. And if you do have them, don't even announce them. Have it be a surprise when they come out, and that'll then drive more for the fans to be like, oh, we weren't expecting this. Teddy Long being like, and tonight you're gonna have a match against The Undertaker, when The Undertaker wasn't on the card. It's like, oh, we get to see The Undertaker. Yeah.
Now, the trajectory of YS6, they are kind of doing that, where they're not really on every week. They're just, like little hints and little dots of it. So I do like that. And like I said, mystical, they haven't done anything mystical yet, thank God. When I say mystical, I go back to the dark days of Ray versus Randy, and they're having the freaking him spilling out blood and freaking the lights falling. You don't do let's steer clear of that. We're all in agreement. Let's not have matches won because the lights flicker. Let's not do that anymore. Let's not do that anymore, and then we'll be fine.
I mean,
how would you classify them? I mean, what if they're not spooky and mystical or supposed? How do you classify them?
They're all the Grand Tree monsters.
No, I'm gonna make my point. If you look at who they have, you got the serial killer dude, you got the crazy lady, and you got the culty dude, and then you got freaking Bo Dallas as the head. This is psychological. This is mental. This isn't supposed to be, be outright spooky. This is supposed to like be like getting your head. That's the way I see it.
That's fine,
also
but isn't
off the
that
grid.
supposed to be scary? Isn't that part of being in your head? Isn't a serial killer supposed to scare you? I
So
mean, when was
scared
the last time you saw a bubbly serial killer or a
Dexter.
face serial killer?
Dexter.
Dexter, yeah, but we don't want bubbly. We absolutely don't want bubbly.
I'm pretty sure
You know,
Like
Scandal.
we
They had
want
a couple of
more. We
serial
want
killers.
more like Hannibal Lecter.
No.
Well,
All right,
without
let's
the
go.
eating people. I mean, like
No, he wouldn't even. No,
Hannibal Lecter would be quite the face.
you just like.
He's not a heel. I don't know who's a heel. I mean, I don't know what's
What
right or
about
wrong, man. I don't
Chianti?
know what's up or down.
You just in my mouth. I'm like, get off me! All right, no.
Again, I guess ultimately maybe it doesn't really matter, and the lines are blurred more than ever. But and it does. The only thing that really matters is that so far this feud is working. I'm enjoying it, and I thought this match worked. I was a little surprised that that Cross got the win, but I understand after what Anika said. They've been trying so hard to push him, and now they've got something working. So let's do it. And they actually gave him he got the pin too. So I mean, I thought it worked fine. I'm here to see what happens next. It's not necessarily my favorite thing on Raw, but I'm here to see what happens next.
I mean, if you've been watching the news, like the biggest story right now is about uh, the health organization group.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, it's a story about an indirect mass murderer and a murderer, and like people have clearly chosen a side on who they support.
Yeah.
True. All right. What was next?
A sit-down interview with Jackie Redmond and CM Punk, where CM Punk suggested Seth Rollins sit back on the bench, calling him second string, and that the starter is back.
So it's crazy when you hear it from someone's mouth, right? Because we all lived it, right? No, like we all lived through all of this, and the outcome, depending on what side you're on, is what it is. But like hearing it from CM Punk's mouth is like he has we call it, he didn't tell any lies, because they fired him in 2014, even though Danielson was beloved. They were never going to make him the guy because he's short, whatever. People stupid. So they said we need another top guy. They chose Seth Rollins, and it's like, even though CM Punk is a jerk for like how he said it was, there is no understanding in this situation, but it was like, yeah. So if CM Punk did not leave, it is a very good chance that Seth was probably not going to be this high up. He might have been. So like hindsight is 2020. But if I'm thinking about it, right? If CM Punk was still there, I might put him in the category with Sami Zayn. Now Sami Zayn is good, but they had to put the belt on him. I'm not sure they would have put the belt on Seth. That's questionable. I'm not saying that wouldn't have happened. I'm saying it's questionable. So it's like, yeah, that is kind of accurate.
I don't know if this reference is going to hit for anybody, but I just wanted to say that Saw 6 is at this moment in time more timely than it's ever been.
I've never seen any of. I saw the very first Saw movie, and that's it.
Saw 6 is very in the zeitgeist as of like the last week. The movie came out in like 2006.
What was I going to say? I was going to say something. Here's the reality. When it comes to that kind of stuff, a lot of it is out of the wrestler's hands. I mean, you can do what you can do, and if you get over and you're undeniable, which I truly believe Seth Rollins would have become anyway, because I think he's that good.
Mm-hmm.
The reality is that you still need the screen time and all that stuff. And yeah, I mean, the reality is Punk was one of their big stars, and there wasn't a whole lot of camera time for a lot of other people. So, yeah, I mean, when he left, it did leave a void that needed to be filled. That said, that implies that Seth might not have reached those heights if Punk was there, and maybe the booking wouldn't have allowed him to, but him himself, I think, would have gotten over. I think he's an undeniable talent. I'm not necessarily like the biggest current Seth Rollins visionary fan, but overall, I'm a huge Tyler Black guy, and I think he's an undeniable superstar. I think he would have been a superstar no matter what. And for me personally, I think he's a better wrestler and he's a better promo than CM Punk. That's my personal
Oh,
opinion.
Um,
So
promo?
I agree. I just as a heel, because like him
yeah,
as a baby face coming out and then doing the laugh, like it plays so much better to him being a heel. And like,
yeah. I mean, and that's just bad booking at the moment and bad, character work on their creative work on their end. But as far as talent goes, I think he's way more talented than CM Punk. I think he would have gotten over. The other thing CM Punk fails to mention is that he was also 10 years younger. So, I mean, he was also, a lot earlier in his career. Sure, he'd made a name on the independent scene, but he was basically not new to WWE, but new. And CM Punk had already been there and established. So, obviously, sure, I mean, he wasn't going to contend with CM Punk at that moment. I mean, he was making his way up through the ranks, paying his dues. I mean, this is a long time ago already. So, that
yeah,
it only
a
holds so much
decade ago.
water. I mean, it only holds so much water, that argument, in my opinion. I mean, there's truth to it, and at the same time, just because something truthful doesn't mean it gives you the whole story either.
Yeah, yeah, yeah,
So,
yeah. When I say like hindsight is definitely 2020. If we're gonna fantasy book, right? Because like the Shield was still great, right? The Shield was still great. In my mind, if CM Punk was in there, it's hard. It's like that's why you can't really you can't dwell on this stuff a lot because you really don't know. You really don't know. I was gonna say maybe they push Roman more versus CM Punk than Steph. Maybe that happened. No, no offense.
Um,
Unfortunately, they didn't see Dean Ambrose in any kind of capacity, which is stupid. But yeah,
like that was like so crazy to me. Of like, so Seth Rollins hits Roman in the back with the chair. And then Roman gets title opportunity after title opportunity after title opportunity, leading to WrestleMania, where all of a sudden here comes Seth Rollins with three belts. And
you know, I, to this day, I still will contend that they made the wrong choice when it came to the heel. I mean, to the Shield. In my personal opinion, Roman Reigns was the weakest of the three of them, and I think it's proven that. I mean, I think Moxley is probably it might be the face of AEW at the moment, and is
well,
one of the best wrestlers on the planet, and is heading towards GOAT status. And I think if you compare Seth and Roman, for me, Seth is head and shoulders above Roman, both as a talker and as a wrestler. That's just my
also,
personal opinion, of course.
given the stories and the characters and everything, like it makes so much more sense if the booking that they gave to Roman to have given to Moxley. Because like Roman wore the Shield gear. Roman came out to the same Shield music. Roman didn't want to let it go. Seth Rollins broke up the group. Why is Roman not seeking retribution from Rollins? Why was it John Moxley, Dean Ambrose who was doing it, when it seemed like in the weeks following it, he was like, I'm pretty well done with this. Like, y'all are acting weird. Like, I can be doing my own thing.
okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, like
Everybody thought it was going to be him who turned, and
oh
then it
yeah,
was Rollins.
yeah, like how I feel kind of bad for Roman those years before Tribal Chief because they wanted him to be the guy, but they didn't put any effort into making him the guy. When I say effort, I mean stop putting him in actual matches. Actually make him a character. Like you just said, oh, you're a cute man, you should be champ. That's what it literally said. That's what it literally felt like they did. And it's like, no, he has to have a character. He has to have a meaning. He has to have a purpose. And then that whole thing was after he beat Taker, and he was like, I'm not a good guy or a bad guy. I'm the guy. I'm like, if you don't shut your stupid, just let him beat Taker and turn heel. Like that whole year was stupid because like Just let him beat Taker and be the heel. He wouldn't have been Tribal Chief good, but he would have been way better than them 2 years afterwards.
All right, what was next?
But yeah,
Liv Morgan.
this was sweet. You know, this
was sweet.
She went up against Dakota Kai. You know, it make okay in a vacuum. It makes sense. She's going up against Io tonight at Saturday Night Main Event. Come back for the watch along. So let her beat up one of Dakota Kai's girls. All right, bet. So it's like, all right, this is in a vacuum. This was a smart decision. Let her get the win before Saturday Night Main Event. And then
Pure Fusion Collective came down.
It's like, okay, all right, we're still making that a thing. Cool. And then here comes.
And then after the match, they started beating up Dakota Kai.
All right.
And then Damage Control ran out to save her.
Yeah. And then, Io, sorry, what's her name? Liv gave the Oblivion to Io with a title raise. I have hope. Because you don't do that before the match. So maybe, just maybe, Io beats Liv for the belt tonight. Come on, make the change. Make the change,
I mean,
please.
I'm excited for this Liv Io match tonight just because Io's so good and I want her to win and take the title from Liv. If Liv wins, I'm gonna be very disappointed and all those things. But it's very exciting if Io wins. It's very disappointing and boring if Liv wins, in my opinion. That doesn't mean the match still couldn't be good.
So this was your women's world champion in a match. This was to hype up the match for tonight. And like, I'm sorry, but I just felt like this is pretty mid. At least you guys were smart enough to put it in the middle of the show.
Yeah.
I think it was terrible. I mean, it wasn't like this was spectacular, but I
Well,
didn't
it
think
wasn't
it was
terrible,
bad.
but it was mid, which it wasn't good. It wasn't bad, but it wasn't good.
It was a decent match. No offense to Liv, but
it would have been better without Pure Fusion Collective.
What? The Pure Fusion Collective really didn't have an issue. It didn't interfere. So I'm like, I'm gonna stay there, fine. But more so with Liv in the ring, I'm trying to think. Besides her beating up Rhea, another one-on-one match where it's like, oh, she has something here. I don't think she's that chick. I'm sorry. In the ring, she's not that good.
And the next thing that came up, I don't think me and Anika are going to agree on. Drew McIntyre sharing his thoughts following his return last week.
Boo!
So I'm the only one who liked it. Okay.
No, continue, but say what he said.
He criticized Sami Zayn and Jey Uso for standing by Roman's side. And, like, for no reason. Like, Roman didn't apologize to Sami. Roman didn't apologize to Jey. Why y'all on his side again? I thought y'all broke up. Why you running back to the old dude, huh?
So?
Yeah,
this to me was unfortunately the night, in some regards, of boring promos. Drew has the ability to be really good in a promo. This wasn't it. I felt like he was very monotone, he didn't feel like he was into it. It was very boring and lifeless for me. That's just my personal opinion. And I don't, him whining about him coming back and now still whining about all this stuff about Sami Zayn and Jey Uso and Roman Reigns. And the idea that now he sees doesn't see eye to eye, but respects Punk because Punk was the only one that you just had a feud where you both tried to unalive each other almost, and now all of a sudden I got respect. Come on, dude. Can you do something different? Like, give him a different direction. Let's do something totally different with him. I don't know what that is, because whatever, but I need to see something different. This didn't do it for me.
Well, so here's the thing, right? So it's like I don't get it. Evidently, you don't have family. This is literally what family does on a weekly freaking basis. If you're not egregiously stupid or egregiously horrible, you are who you are. We're going to forgive each other and move the freak on. And Sammy Uso is a part of the Bloodline family. So yes, my family was in danger of the crazy Tongaloans, and Solo lost a doggone mind. We had to deal with family issues, and now we're here.
And Nika, you just said it yourself. Stupid or horrible? Roman was horrible to him.
No, he was just stupid.
So you're stupid and
with Sammy? No, we're not doing this every time we bring this up. With Sammy, he was just stupid. Now with Jay's a different story, but with Sammy, he was just stupid. Okay? He didn't. No, we're not doing this. We're not doing this. We're not doing this. We're not doing this. We're not doing this.
Drew just had a real life interview where he talked about issues with WWE. I forget who it was with. I'd love to be able to say who the interview was with, but he was on something and he was saying that, he went home after this last time and really took a look at his family, and then he kind of had an epiphany and realized that the family he thought that he had from WWE over the last 17 years, when he went home and wasn't there, they didn't, he could count on less than one hand the amount of people that reached out to him. And so he started to kind of weigh the things. It almost sounded like he might be leaning towards doing something else. I mean, I don't know what that is. I don't, either leaving WWE or something besides wrestling. Like, this is taking too much of a toll on him. And at this point, I mean, I don't, who could blame him for that? I mean, I think he's still fairly young enough. I mean, I know he's older, but young enough that he still has some legs in him, and to do something. It'll be interesting to see what that turns out to be. But I think he's a little disenchanted at the moment, and I feel like it kind of came off that way in the promo. It felt like he didn't necessarily want to be there, was kind of going through the motions. So I'm wondering if he's having a second, or he's definitely having some second thoughts about his wrestling career at this point. So
I won't say that, but more so, I guess the motivation for this scenario. So, like, number one, yes, he's gonna face Sammy later on in Jay. But it's like, why? I'm like, I guess more so it's like, so are we still really gonna keep up with this storyline of Drew's just mad and thinks everyone's against him? Like, I think that should have stopped with CM Punk. And I'm not saying it's a bad story. I'm not saying it's a bad story, but more so when you're wrestling, you have to be motivated. So I'm not sure if this story is still motivating him. Maybe that's the question. Like, and if it's not, get out. Tell him, hey, I'm gonna do this last match with Sammy, and I'm just gonna leave it, and I'm gonna take a break, and then find me something else. If it's not motivating you anymore.
Or
I wonder.
Go to AEW. He'd be killer there.
No.
I feel like Drew could. I don't know about AEW, but I definitely think he could benefit from a change of scenery. I mean, I'm trying to think of how he would. I mean, I think he's obviously good enough to be in AEW. I don't know where he fits per se.
No offense to AEW, but they did not do good with big men, so I'm just going to say no to that. In a simplest faction, put him on SmackDown, because Cody needs some more people to beef with, and Cody versus Drew, that would be tasty. That wouldn't suck at all.
AEW might prove you wrong though with Bobby Lashley.
Is yet to be determined.
Yet to be determined, but they might prove you wrong with Bobby Lashley.
I'm all here to be wrong, but it was only one freaking match against Wardlow and Keith Lee and freaking Lance Archer and freaking Luchasaurus. Let's not do this. Let's not do this.
I think they've done fair with Lance Archer.
No, they have not. Okay, I'm sorry. Let's go
back to what we're talking about. I'm not overly excited so far with the return of Drew McIntyre. It hasn't done anything for me yet. So
I'm biased. I like
the only thing it's done for me.
I mean, except on Sundays. I don't like him on Sundays.
The only thing I'm thankful for is he's not carrying that sword anymore.
Clang, clang.
Thank God Angela has been put away.
But what about the doll, though? What about the Mattel? That's the only thing that was for the Mattel.
All right. What was next?
Seth Rollins then gave a promo in the ring, and it got interrupted by Sami Zayn.
Listen,
Yeah.
and this was pretty tasty. This was pretty tasty too. So this was his retort with CM Punk. He was like, "Hey, and then when it ended with you leaving and we're not hearing you from you anymore, fine. But it didn't end there. You went to another company and you did everything you did. You did everything you could do to tear this company down." And it's like, look, brother. I know you're all, hey, WWE is fun, but this was a time where it's like, sir, I remember this again. We all lived through this. This was the time where you should have turned your Twitter off, because it was like you were in the minority in those years before the pandemic. Where it's just like, sir, that's what you're looking at around here, but our favorites are getting beat up by big people and old people. You're the only one who thinks WWE is fine right now. Now, granted, yes, CM Punk was a little bit bitter, but wouldn't you if you got fired on your wedding day? So it's like, and then it's like, but then he also said, but then why you come back? Because the money was good and you're on your last leg. And you burned all your bridges. Yes, again, this is somewhat true. Because again, we all lived through this. But again, Mr. Seth Rollins, and if CM Punk didn't come back, what would you be doing? No offense. No offense. But after he dropped the title, you weren't really doing anything. And even beforehand, I was not feeling you. I was like, I was real life. Like, get off. I'm in this moment right now. Get off my freaking screen. Shut up. And so you're saying all this talk, but you in the words of Joker and Batman, you complete me. But then here comes Sami Zayn coming out, and he was like, look, things got heated last week. I'm sorry I accused you of attacking Jay, but you're not talking like yourself right now. You're talking like Drew McIntyre. Like, oh, and I'm like, okay, yes. And then more so, me and Sam were talking about this last night. The trajectory of Drew's hate is kind of in the loop-de-loop. Hold up. So he was feuding with Seth. When was the last time he actually was mad at Roman? Like what? You got beat by Roman, like what, 2 years ago? You're still mad about that? Bruh, let it go.
He's hated him since day one. When McIntyre was a heel and Roman was a face, and then McIntyre became the face, and then Roman became the heel, and now here we are where McIntyre's a heel and Roman's is a face. They still hate each other. I
love that you want to bring the long-term storyline into this, but long-term story is not in this right now. It's like, even though people are like, it's the same guy, it is not the same guy.
The only reason McIntyre's not going for Roman is because they're not on the same roster.
But the tribal chief and the big dog are two completely different people, and y'all will not tell me otherwise.
You think Drew McIntyre cares?
Yes, in storyline wise, yes, you should care, because it's two different freaking people.
But he does not care.
Day
one. It's been on site since day one.
They're both terrible. They're both.
But no,
tribal chief and the big dog.
Oh no! Hey! Shut your mouth. The tribal chief.
Both iterations of Roman Reigns suck. How about that?
You are in the minority. You're in the minority. You're in a freaking hut by yourself in Alaska, in the freaking island, sir. No, the tribal chief was great. Granted, yes, some stuff was good. I enjoyed every little minute of it. Yes, I did. Okay, sorry.
I will give Drew credit. He turned face before Roman turned heel. He didn't do it. He didn't become a face just because of Roman.
Sure. But yeah,
I said it earlier.
Okay. You go.
I said it earlier, and I think this shows. I thought this showed it. I think Seth Rollins is a better promo than CM Punk, and I enjoyed this segment better than CM Punk's in-ring promo segment earlier in the night.
Nah,
So.
okay, sure. No. Just because he was yelling, well, you left it here 10 years ago, and you're trying to put it down, and you can't see the battle down.
I mean, it doesn't have to do with just the yelling. I just think that he's better. I mean, I don't know how to classify it. I just think he's a better promo when it comes down to it. And I thought last night when you had them both in the ring, kind of going, even though it wasn't directly face to face, it's like a promo. I thought that it showed. I mean, that was just I thought his was more entertaining. I thought it was better. I thought it was more to the point, and I enjoyed it more than CM Punk's sit down interview. Two different things. I mean, one was a little sit down interview, a little more calm, whatever the case may be, and one's in the ring. But at the same time, I don't know.
I think that right now Seth is the worst promo of the Shield.
Ooh. The worst promo.
I think Roman is a better promo now.
Wow.
As Tribal Chief, he's a better promo than Seth. Now, as the big dog, Seth was way better promo than him.
Interesting.
I will not disagree.
Yeah.
I mean, we talk about, it doesn't have to be duration in any way, shape, or form, but, you gotta say something. I mean, what was the last time Roman Reigns said it? Please.
Hey! No. We're not doing this with you. His whole every time he does a promo, it's a meme. Number one. Number two. All right, flashback to last night, and he was in the street with his vitamin in the background, and he was just like, "Look, I'm gonna take my respect back. I'm gonna take my Ula Fowler back." And on Monday Night Raw on Netflix. Tribal Combat. That was great. And then before that, the freaking thing with Cody in the middle of the freaking not Super Bowl, Georgia Tech freaking football field. You're in my way. You're in my way.
CSI Miami. You ever watch CSI Miami?
No.
Okay, well, there's a character, David Caruso, who's the main guy on CSI Miami. And every line he has is like 3 or 4 words, and it's always uber dramatic. And that's exactly what Roman Reigns is. It's like he has 2 or 3 cliche punchlines. It's uber dramatic. You can see him like taking his glasses off and looking into the camera and that's it. There's no substance. There's nothing. Now, to be fair, that's probably scripting and that's probably creative's choice. But there's no substance.
There is substance. Okay, let's go back to freaking him versus Sammy. And Jay was on the fence of who was going to choose right before Elimination Chamber. And it was off mic. And everybody was like, we want Jay. And he goes to Sammy. He's like, you hear them? They want Jay. I want Jay too. And it's your fault he's not here. Come on, man. Come on. I'm like, let's go back to freaking him versus John Cena. It was like missionary night after night. I'm like, who? What are we saying? In front of people, it's supposed to be PG. We did not get the PG-13 rating yet. Yes, all of this was great. I'm not doing this with you.
We can agree to disagree. Sammy agrees with you. Sammy agrees with you. He says he's a better promo than Seth Rollins at the moment. So,
but I was gonna say with this segment,
I will say not by much though. But like it was like night and day before, where like Seth Rollins was so much better. Now I think Roman's like, eh.
Well, Seth has come down.
It used to be boom. Now it's
Seth's promos aren't as good as they were a while ago either. I mean, he's the visionary character. This character he's doing now isn't necessarily hitting on all cylinders. Yeah. So the promo work, isn't up to the par that it has been in the past. So, I mean,
it's not as good as the Architect. I mean, even the Monday Night Messiah, I think, is better than the visionary promos.
Yeah, I agree. And the visionary, the idea of the visionary was okay in the beginning, but just the way it's morphed into what it's become is just,
This goofball fashion crackhead. Yes. That's literally what it is. You do this goofball fashion crackhead. But
I mean, Monday Night Messiah was obnoxious too, but it was obnoxious in all the best ways.
Yeah, yes. Like a delusional, but you have a purpose. What is your purpose here, you goofball fashion crackhead?
And that was the best of AOP, in my opinion.
It was, and I think they got hurt unfortunately, but thank God we're turning things around. We're turning things around with Final Testament. We're getting
I thought
a little
that
better.
Vince cut them in the budget.
No, AOP got knocked off. Yes.
Yeah, I thought they got cut in the budget when they do their Black Wednesdays or whatever.
They got I believe they got hurt and then they got cut off, if I'm not mistaken, which is equally terrible. But with this segment, Seth had help because here comes Sami Zayn, and he was like, look, last week was crazy. I shouldn't accuse you of attacking Jay, but you're not talking like yourself right now. You're talking like Drew. And he was like, I am nothing like Drew. What? Hey, don't shoot the messenger, but you are kind of accusing everybody about what you're doing right now. And so then Seth was just like, we'll agree to disagree. You go handle your business with Drew. And he just walks away steamy. And Sam was like, all right, I will do that. And this Saturday night, come back to Workhorse versus Regular, because we got to watch about tonight. We're going to get Sammy versus Drew McIntyre at Saturday Night Main Event. Yes, please. Then he walks out, and Drew attacks him out of freaking nowhere. Yet a freaking again. That's going to be a good match. That's going to be a great match. I'm mad that I have to work tonight because this is going to be a good show.
All right. So up next, we had Lyra Valkyria versus Selena Vega versus Ivy Nile in the semifinals of the Intercontinental Championship tournament. And did the outcome surprise anybody? Because it didn't surprise me.
It didn't surprise me, but I'll say this: with each of these tournament matches with the girls, even though I kind of knew what's going on, even though last night surprised me, it did surprise me. I do. They have me pleading for the other people to win. In this match, I did want Selena Vega to win. I'm like, come on! I know Lila's Becky's girl, but come on! Selena has so much personality. She can actually do something with this belt. And it's like, okay, fine. We're going with old girl. It's okay, cool.
Really have a problem with it. I mean, I could have seen Selena Vega getting the win, but I don't mind Lyra Valkyria getting the win. I mean, I feel like, Selena Vega probably hasn't ever gotten the due she deserves. At the same time, we've kind of been there and done that with her. She's been around for a while. She's gotten plenty of time on TV, those kind of things. And I like Lyra Valkyria, and I'm here for her getting a bigger push and more time on TV. So I thought it was fine here. I thought the match was good. Ivy Nile, kind of one of these things is not quite like the others, but at the same time, it is what it is. I mean, your women's division is down in general, so you have to have warm bodies. So, I mean, it is what it is, but I'm not a big Ivy Nile fan. She hasn't really shown me anything that I thought was like, oh yeah, where Lyra, I think, is super talented, and obviously we know what we have with Selena Vega. So
we can all agree that Ivy now, I've seen her. I remember her in NXT, so I think she has promise. We just gotta give her more reps. But this was definitely between Lyra and Selena. In my opinion, I'm like, come on, let's actually give Selena, let's actually give Selena a chance. And so I'm like, I was a little bummed that we didn't give her that chance, but so. I can see them doing this, giving this belt the workhorse title. Like, basically, you can give me great matches every time. So that would be Lyra. All right, fine.
what was it?
Up next, we had the best moment of the night. It was New Day Sucks. New Day Sucks. New Day Sucks.
Continue.
Oh man, deafening news from the crowd.
Boo!
And like, oh man, they might have more heat than Dirty Dom does. Like, wow.
This is true pure heat. This is pure heat at its best, and I love. And so we can't skip over how they got
It wasn't go away heat like you guys are bad. Like this is a perfect kind of heat you want. This is nuclear at the moment in the right way.
Yeah, and then we can't skip on how they got to the ring where you think what do we do wrong? But you're being real heelish, Xavier. Come on, I don't care. You're Johnson's best friend. Give me the dang on care, like complicating the camera from the cameraman and being real heelish, and then after you get booed, you put it down. What did we do wrong? Get behind the ring. Oh, crackhead, emotionally.
This feels like a Hannibal Buress moment. Oh, you
Hannibal
guys
Buress
don't know
moment,
that
the comedian.
reference? Oh, yeah, yeah. So he also does the Eric Andre show, and he said a line on that show when so Eric Andre said something about like Obama being president for another 6 years, and it's like it's only 4. That's how long a presidential term is, and then the crowd starts booing. And it's like, what? I'm right. It's like that's how I feel about New Day right now. It's just like, what? We're right. Like,
No, you're not.
you can boo them. You can boo them. It don't make them not right.
I'm here for all
Yeah.
this. I thought this is really good. I mean, for me, that I don't know if this does anything at all for the struggling Raw tag team division, but it does great things for New Day, which in theory was very cool to a certain extent prior
Fail.
to this prior to this Xavier Kofi little rub that they were having over the last couple
Yeah.
months. I mean, they'd been really kind of cooled off and basically doing not much of anything. So
I feel like
since
this
Big
year
E
was the
kind of left,
worst
essentially,
year in the history of the New Day.
yeah.
And then here we
So
are in December, and it's like, what?
yeah,
Excuse me? What?
so it's nice to see them back. As far as getting something really good and kind of feeling like they're on top again. Like I said, I don't know what it means for the tag team division. Probably, it is what it is. I'm sure they'll get the titles at some point here because that makes sense. But yeah, I mean, I love this, and I'm here for this. I'm interested to see what Big E's gonna do, kind of in retort, if anything. I mean, he feels he's in the right, and so what does he need to do? At the same time, like I think he's in the
Wait,
wrong. I think so
so
he
like
needs to do.
unfortunately with Big E, I think this is like I think there's no end in sight of when he's gonna get better. So with
Right.
his retort, unless someone's gonna fight for him, I don't think it's gonna be a retort. So I could be
I mean,
wrong. Maybe you can find
As
someone to fight for him, but yeah.
I think to make this work, he's got to do something. I don't know what that is. I mean, maybe. I mean, obviously, if he can't get physical, he's got to at least talk. He's got to do something.
Or
They've got
call
to
a
have some
friend.
sort of face-to-face interaction at some point again, and air it out more. They've got to do something. Whatever he can do, they've got to be able to do it. They can't just pretend. They can't just let them. It doesn't make it. It feels very unfinished or realized if it's just them talking about about Big E and he's not really in the picture. Like it doesn't. I don't know.
I'm not going to hold my breath on it. Like 6 months ago, I was saying, like, this storyline only makes sense if Big E is returning at SummerSlam. Big E is coming back. It's happening, people. And now here we are. SummerSlam happened half a year ago. Like, he didn't come back. There's no expected time of him coming back. The storyline just didn't make sense. And now here we are, and like you're saying, he has to retort, and like I'm not holding my breath.
Yeah,
That
I mean,
might be the last
I get
time we see Big E on Raw.
interesting. I mean, I guess I mean, I suppose. I guess it works to a certain extent. I just it feels very unfinished. But
Mm-hmm.
I mean, yes, technically it is unfinished. So it feels the way it usually is. So
I mean, I've been wrong before. Like I was with Liv Morgan, where I was like, all right, they gotta give the opportunity to Liv Morgan here, and then they didn't. And then like a year later, they're like, okay, we're gonna give the shot to Liv, and it's like, I mean, I'm surprised y'all did it, but you did it too late.
What are we talking about?
I was talking about how I make predictions, and like sometimes I'm wrong, but like by the time that they actually do the thing and prove me wrong, it's already too late by the time that they do it, and it's like, who cares now?
He was saying that he doesn't think Big E's going to actually retort in any way, shape, or form. That there's
Oh,
probably not going to be anything. That this is probably the end of it. Which I suppose the end of it, as far as their actual confrontation or interaction, they're going to get more legs with the New Day talking shit about Big E and all those kinds of things and getting booed for what
Mhm.
they've done to him and recapping that. But which I guess is what it is. I was just saying it feels very unfinished, very
okay.
unresolved. But
Um,
I guess technically it is unresolved. I mean, I don't know. I just have to be 100% of work. I don't think there's any sense of this that's real in any way. So I don't think there's
The rest
truly
will
all
be
to it.
unwritten.
Yeah. So I don't,
but more so like if you want to do something like not quick, but maybe in this immediate program, like this would be a good way to bring another team up. If Big E was like, I need someone to fight for me.
Yeah.
Like we love Big E. We're going for like not sure who that team would be though, but like that would be a good thing to do.
Yeah, for that, I think there's several teams on NXT that might fit that bill. Um,
Yeah.
I mean, or there's. I'm trying to think on Raw. If there's anybody that would benefit from having. I mean, anybody in theory, depending on how they do it, would benefit from Big E being in their corner. I would think, um, or at least whatever. So, I mean, yeah, it seems like it would be a good opportunity to push another tag team and have Big E have them have a feud with the newly heelish New Day, right? So
Yeah. But yeah. All right.
where is whatchamacallit? Oh my God, why am I drawing a blank? Go on and I'll remember and then I'll bring it up. What was
All right.
next?
Up next, we had the main event. It was Rhea Ripley versus Raquel Rodriguez. Anything goes in a match that honestly was half as long as it needed to be in order to actually be impactful. Sorry, but like that's how I feel.
I wouldn't say that. Like number one is the main event, and number two, everything freaking goes.
It
Like
was it
now,
was it was like 8 minutes. Like this match needed to be twice as long. Like to adjust other things around, this match needed to be longer. It's the main event. How are you having this as your main event and it's like that short? Like like is Raquel like Goldberg? Does she get gassed if she's out there for longer than 5 minutes? Like what's the
I
deal?
don't think she gets gassed, but with Raquel, I don't need to see her for more than 15 minutes. No, I will say that. It's like no offense, Raquel, but I'm trying to think. Yeah, I don't think it's been a match longer than 10 minutes where I'm like, ooh, I need to see more of that.
I'm
I
I'm
use that
sorry,
Sesame
but if
Street
you're the
reference.
main event, you need some time.
I use that. I use the Sesame Street reference. One of these things is not like the other a lot, and unfortunately, one of these things is not like the other here. Rhea is extremely talented, and Raquel is Raquel Rodriguez. I mean, no disrespect to Raquel Rodriguez, but there's a definite gap there. So, I good for WWE giving the main event to women. Think Sammy's right, especially in a anything goes type brawl, street fight type situation. I think probably another 5 minutes is best for your main event. At the same time, Anika's also right. I don't need to see another 5 minutes of Raquel Rodriguez. So you have a problem there, which is the fact that Raquel Rodriguez is wrestling Rhea Ripley in the main event of your show. So, I mean, and that being said, it wasn't a terrible match. I just wasn't, I mean, you see who you have there and it is what it is. I mean, so, I mean, again, good for the women getting the main event spot. Great for Rhea. And, but I don't think that's the right spot for Raquel. So I do think
Match
it suffered
wasn't
a little
long
bit
enough for me to
because of
determine
that.
if Raquel did a good or bad job.
Okay, but anyway, like no offense, you don't need this match to know if Raquel can do a good or bad job. You've seen her previous matches, and it'd be like, alright. But more so with this, the purpose wasn't really. This had a couple of purposes, and more so like this is the go home Raw. Even though I said a couple countless of times, this is the go home show. This is the go home show in general for any premium live event or special show. But for Raw, this is the last thing it's gonna pump you to watch Saturday Night Main Event. So even though it's Raquel versus Rhea, we gotta put the girls in here who actually have a main event on Saturday, which is which is Liv and Io. So let them come out and beat each other. Like, all right, cool, bet. All right, cool. And so with that gave it like so. Sorry. All right, use your words. Put your thoughts. So with that, you have because like you had to put Liv and Io in here, and so even with that, it was still too much for Raquel. So that kind of tells me where I'm at with Raquel right now. I'm like, okay, like you had to put 4 people in this tube, even though yes, it's, anything goes, whatever. But you had to put 4 people up in here to make this a little bit more entertaining. Because no offense to Raquel, she's not good at this. So that kind of just like dang to Raquel. No, like they put 2 more chicks in here. Yes, they don't have a main event, but I was not enjoying this with just Raquel and Rhea. So, to that being said, you go to the end goal, which is let's not forget it's Io versus Liv, and they came out and helped, and Rhea finally got the look back, and hopefully this needs to end. I love Rhea, but this whole thing with Liv is not going anywhere, and it's not going anywhere fast. So I need them to speed this up. Not sure when you're going to speed this up, but I need this to end. This is not a WrestleMania event. That's in anyone's mind of this should be Liv versus Rhea at Mania. No. Let's end this at Royal Rumble. If you want to do it sooner, yes, please. But let's end this. This is not good for Rhea.
I couldn't agree more. Well, I mean, what's good for Rhea is to be the champion and Liv to go back to whatever she does. So that's what I think needs to happen. It's just a matter of time. But yes, I think there should be the end of it. I think Rhea should win here tonight.
Real estate and getting
or not
busted
tonight, but
with
it should be.
pot.
Huh?
Liv should go back to what Liv does: real estate and getting busted with pot.
Dolores said all the matches except the 8-man tag match were 8 minutes. She actually has the time for the matches. The 8-man was 9 minutes. Liv and Dakota was 7:25. Ivy and Zelina and Lyra was under 8, and Raquel and Rhea was just at 8. So what I'd love to see is so she says compared to Deanna's match last night. On Rampage? Was that on Rampage?
It was on Rampage, yes.
Okay. But what I would like to know in general is I guess I don't know. I'd have to think about that. What did the women do on Dynamite? I'd be curious to know. I forget exactly. We'll get to that when we get to it. But at that time, like we compare times to see what.
So they had the main event, but that was so let's put it all in context. They had the main event, but it was for the World Heavyweight Championship.
Right.
So, like, if you put it now that should not be less than 8 minutes because it's a World Heavyweight Championship match. So let's just end it there. So
yeah. So when we get to talking about Dynamite, I'd love to have if Dolores is still available to do it to give us some insight on the numbers on how long the women's matches were there, or if she's here, she can do it now. But we're going to talk about Dynamite in a little bit after we talk about NXT. But to wrap up Raw, like Sammy said, that was the main event. Overall, it was a good show. I didn't think there was anything spectacular or anything egregious per se. I thought the best part, like you said, was the New Day stuff, and that stuff was amazing. Anytime I have to see CM Punk on my TV, I always give it a little bit of a downgrade. And we had a Punk segment here, and and we have this Punk Seth feud going on, which I'm not necessarily big on. For me, I think it's fair to say this was a solid B. It was above satisfactory. It wasn't an A, but I think it was a solid B, maybe a B plus. I'd say B plus. Let's give it a B plus. I thought it was a good show overall. B plus, I think it's fair. What kind of rating are you giving it?
I was thinking B, but you went B plus, and I'm like, I felt like it was closer to B minus than B plus, but I'll stick with my B.
Okay. Sammy's going B for his grade on Raw this week. I hemmed and hawed at B a little, and I ended up on B plus.
I was considering B minus, but
I went B
I'm
plus
gonna
just
stick with
because
B.
the New Day stuff is so good, and I was so.
That's why I decided not to go B minus because of the New Day stuff.
And I thought that this was a better week for Final Testament and the Wyatt Six stuff. I thought the match was
tag
solid.
match was fun.
That was fun. And I thought for that. I mean, and I thought the main event was okay. I mean, I thought it did what it was supposed to do.
I
As
just have to
Anika said,
remember it's not a wrestling show. It's an entertainment show. It's not a wrestling show.
I mean, I'm not overly hyped for EO and Liv just because I'm not a big Liv fan. So it is what it is. At the same time, this did what it was supposed to do, which is build to that match tonight. So yeah, I give it a B plus. What do you give it, Anika? Sammy you went B minus, Sammy, ultimately? Or B? You
See,
went B.
I went with B, but if you ask me again, I might change my answer.
whatever. It's a solid B. I feel like all this pontificate. It's not a wrestling show, entertainment show, blah 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 blah. I like this show, and more so, like you said, nothing egregiously stupid, which is very rare. Whereas it's like we have something to like our nitpicks are more so with where people are going, but nothing like, oh, I want to turn off that was just stupid. Like there was nothing that was just stupid on the show. Everything had a purpose, which was actually very rare. And the end and like the main event, I just like okay, I don't
even the Drew McIntyre promo.
Yes. Like why so for the people in the back who don't look, I say it wasn't egregiously stupid. So you want to call that praise and fine.
It wasn't egregiously stupid. That's
it wasn't egregiously stupid. Ha no. So but yeah, it had a purpose for the people in the back who didn't know, like, hey, why is Drew attacking people? This is why. Okay, bet. And all the promos and even the main event, which is the anything goes match. Like you said, it served its purpose. And then like it gave me a little hope. The last little shot of Io and Rhea holding that belt at the same time. I'm like, yes, please. That should be the next program. It should look like Bump Live. Like give me EO versus Rio. Pretty, please. So yeah, solid B.
So B plus and 2 Bs. So that brings us to the end of our Raw review.
Next year for Survivor Series, can we get UK versus the Samoans? Island versus Island battle.
Who from the UK?
You got Finn Balor, you got Drew McIntyre, you got Sheamus, you got Pete Dunne. You got a lot of
Dallas.
More so as a cohesive unit against the Samoans. I guess more so the thing.
They got a year to put it together.
To be fair, Survivor Series, a lot of times War Games, the one side isn't a cohesive unit anyhow. It does feel like, or
well, at least they have a common.
Both sides are cohesive units.
Like at least they have a common goal, I guess.
That's true.
And then more so, yeah.
Well, we have not had Sheamus in War Games. Like, what the crap?
I thought we did. Didn't we?
I don't remember it.
I want to say the first time we went up against the New Blood, wasn't it KO? Yeah, the first time for War Games on the main event, the main roster. It was the Bloodline versus Drew, Sheamus, KO, and one more person. It might have been Pete Dunne, but yeah, I want to say it was them four against the New Blood.
Huh. Maybe you're right. Maybe I'm mistaken.
But I'll take your word for it.
Huh.
Everybody was so enamored with, is Sammy gonna turn on KO? Yes, there was other people in that match too. It was other people before Sammy Haluva kicked KO. It was other people in the match.
All right, so shifting gears to Tuesday night, December 10th. We had NXT and it was I guess the fallout show. What do you call it? The night after? Not sure what it was. It's a fallout
Post
from
show,
Deadline. It's what?
post show, aftermath,
Post
all them
show,
jobs.
aftermath, all right, all them things.
Yeah.
We're live in the Wrestling Center, the CWC, and we get a video recap of NXT Deadline showing Obafemi's surprise appearance to
What
win
I
the
say?
Men's Iron Survivor Challenge, which means Oba versus Trick in the near future. Lola Vice beat Jada Park in a solid women's underground match. Braxium retained their tag team titles, and Trick Williams defeated Ridge Holland to retain his world championship. And Julia became the Iron Survivor, the women's Iron Survivor, which means she has a date with Destiny against Roxanne
Listen,
Perez here in
listen.
the near future.
I think we need one more underground match, but I think the women are doing better than the men. I
Let's
like them
say,
work them their underground matches are way better than the men, which is crazy.
And that was with Rin Sinclair in the match too. Like,
to be fair, I mean, if you look at you got Ethan Page, you got Trick Williams. There's not a whole lot of substance beyond that, really, in the men's at the moment. You
I
got Julia, Stephanie, Zaria,
No, no,
Roxanne. I mean, the
no,
women.
not the viral series, the underground match, the ground and pound match with Jada
Right.
Parker versus Lola. I think
Yeah.
I think I think the
I see
underground
what you're
matches
saying.
are better than the
Just
men's. Yeah,
speaking, just specifically. Okay, yeah.
yeah.
If you're talking
I,
about Lola and Shayna, and then this one too, if you're comparing them to the underground men's matches that have happened, yeah, for the most part, it's probably a fair assessment. I mean,
I
I thought you
think
were
this
speaking
was
to men and women on NXT at the moment in
yeah.
general.
Yeah.
I think this was the best NXT pay-per-view of the year.
Yeah, I mean, I'd have to look back, but I mean, that could be a fair statement to say. It was definitely a very good pay per view. It was very solid. The return of Obafemi, Julia and Roxanne coming up in the future, so that was fun. I mean, both Iron Survivor matches were great. And there wasn't anything bad on the card at all. So no, I mean, very, very solid pay per view. Again, I mean, NXT is doing really good work. That's why Shawn Michaels was our Workhorse Wrestling Booker of the Year. I mean, it's
But y'all try to clown them and troll them.
And there were the way that they ended the Iron Survivor matches of like Javon Evans was this close to tying, and Stephanie Vaquer was that close to tying, and it's like I dig how they do that because they not only set apart like who the winner is, but of who the clear number two was as well.
Yeah. No, I thought they did a good job. I mean, some of that stuff is a little predictable when someone's got, a finishing hold or a pin and they're saved by the bell. So it is what it is. But at the same time, I thought they did it good both times, and I thought that both Iron Survivor matches were really solid. So
even though they did
the whole
it
pay-per-view
twice,
was really
it
good.
didn't feel egregious that it happened twice.
Agreed. Cool. So this show, here is Roxanne Perez kicking off the show in the ring. Sammy's got to be distraught at the moment because Roxanne and Julia are two of his favorite women. So, I mean, I know Julia is above Roxanne, but at the same time, like, your heart has to be a little broken or a little
Let's be very,
torn.
very clear. Julia is the wife.
Directions.
Roxanne's the side piece. Let's be very, very clear. Let's be very, very clear with Sammy.
I mean, you got one of the best women's wrestlers in the world, and you have, I'd say, the best women's wrestler under 25.
I guess, yeah. Trying to compare, yeah. It's not that many people. It's not that many that we know that's under 25. At top of the head, Julia Hart definitely better than her. Tiffany Stratton definitely better than her. Yeah. So yeah, that's a fair assessment.
So Julia is in the ring. She's talking about winning the Iron Survivor match, which she's, in a beautiful madness, will become the NXT Women's Champion at New Year's Evil. And cue Roxanne Perez. Roxanne says Julia is the luckiest woman in the world to have won because Soul was the MVP and Zarya and Stephanie didn't lose. Obviously, none of that is true, although Soul did have a good outing. I thought she showed that she belongs or is going to does belong in the near future.
Well, I felt
So
like she was going to manage
there's
that. Like, she used to be a top 5 before all these women came in. Now she's
yeah
still a top 10 woman in NXT.
yeah.
Like,
Uh,
meanwhile, you got Ren Sinclair, who, like, honestly, I forget exists. And after this match, I'll probably remember her existence now.
yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
Roxanne says Julia won, but unfortunately isn't on her level.
Sure. Okay.
Let's see. And that she is going to continue to be champion after New Year's Evil if Julia even makes it. Julia says, let's do it right here, right now. Here comes Cora Jade. Cora Jade says Julia isn't going to make it to NYC, and Stephanie Canton won't come help her. And then they show they cut to a video of them beating up Stephanie. So Stephanie can't come help, but Julia's still not alone because Q Kalani Jordan, former NXT Women's North American Women's North American champion, comes out here to help Julia to equal up the numbers and help Julia against Roxanne and Cora Jade. And it sets up. Go ahead.
I'm sorry, but like, does anybody take Cora Jade seriously? Like, when was the last time she won a match clean? And like, she loses most of her matches. And oh god, that skateboard fiasco. Like, I'm sorry, but like, Cora, you're just
the skateboard
Roxanne's
thing.
Friend. That's all you are. You're Roxanne's friend.
The skateboard thing kind of messed her up. I like it is kind of hard to come back from that, but
and even
more so
before
with that,
she was just Roxanne's friend. Before that,
I won't say that because before that she was with Raquel Rodriguez, and now that she's cool, huh?
That was Dakota Kai.
No, it was Cora Jade and Roxanne. It was they're in the women's.
Roxanne. You said Raquel.
Raquel. Okay, hold up.
Very Raquel confused. Was with Dakota Kai.
Big Mommy and Cora Jade were a team in the Dusty Cup one year. Yes, and that was a good time. Look it up. Yes.
I mean, I believe you. I don't really remember it. You know.
Yes, Big Mommy and Cora. This is before she was heel. Yeah.
There's, in a vacuum, there's probably nothing wrong with Cora Jade. This is a developmental show. She's still kind of learning. She's still, at the same time, she's been here for a minute. The skateboard thing didn't help her at all. Now she's still suffering from the sins of that, unfortunately. And people are, at the same time, she's not Roxanne Perez. She's not Stephanie Vicaire. She's not Julia. So one of these things, if you're talking about those four women, is not really like the other again. And, is kind of a fourth wheel, and then definitely the lowest person on the totem pole in that hierarchy. So, it is what it is. I thought that this worked okay. I thought Kalani Jordan coming out to help, is good for Kalani Jordan because it keeps her in people's minds and it elevates her, even though she's not the title holder anymore. It keeps her it puts her in the main event picture a little bit, which I guess is where in theory she should probably, if you're a mid-card champion, the next step in theory, the natural evolution would be to try to go up to the next level. We'll see if she can make that actually happen. But that seems like what they're trying to do here. And I'm willing to at least see it out because I think she has some ability. That being said, I do think Fallon Henley's been a better North American women's champion than Kalani Jordan was. But again, when that stuff happens, I tend to blame that on booking and not on the wrestlers. So, which I know can kind of contrast with us naming Shawn Michaels best book for the year, but at the same time, it is what it is. Not everybody has every single success story or gets all the creative or gets enough creative all the time. So you can only do so much. But I thought that this worked well. It got the women that are in your main event picture, except for Zarya, I guess, basically, and Stephanie, because she got beat up, but they even showed that angle, in the ring at one time doing what they do and talking about what's going on. So, and hyping up New Year's Evil. So I enjoyed it. What did you guys think of this
This
segment?
I found what Anika was talking about. Like this Dusty Cup Classic is like a fever dream. Like I don't remember this at all.
I forgot that. Yes, they were a
Wendy
team.
Chu and Dakota Kai was a team.
Yes, I remember that Dusty Cup. It was fun, but it was kind of crazy.
Ivy Nile and Tatum
Dolores said it was
Paxley.
2002. Yep, Dolores said it was 2002.
2022. I mean, we had Indy Hartwell and Persia Parada. I remember that.
Yeah.
And you got the Party Girls, Caden Carter and Casey Catanzaro. Like they're still doing that.
I don't ever say that because I know better than to doubt either you or Anika's memory about this kind of stuff because y'all remember everything.
Well, I was gonna say,
Io Shirai and Kaylee Ray were the winners. Like,
I don't remember that at all. Like,
no, like this seems like a fever dream. Like
that was probably NXT 2.0 in a nutshell, a fever dream. NXT Nick at Night was a fever dream.
I do not. I must have blacked out 2.0. Like this seems like nonsense that I thought. I was thinking Anika was just making this up. No, this exists. It's real. Like, that happened. That was a thing that happened. I do not remember it, but it's a thing that happened. That was when Mandy Rose was champion.
All right, next.
All right, so we get a recap of Ethan Page complaining after his loss last Saturday to Tony D at Deadline. And then Tony D walks up in person or current live, switch to live. Tony D walks up and says he's killing the room and get over it. Page says he doesn't know how to get back into the title picture. So Tony D offers him a North American match. Page says he's carried the brand on his back as champion, and the North American title is a step down. Tony says he was extending an olive branch to him, but he will open things up to the room. Page says he'll take the match, and if he can't beat the North American champion, his career is pretty much over. Tony says, please. Tony says, please, and I'll see you there, kid. So, yeah, Tony D, I guess, and whatchamacallit again, Ethan Page for the North American Championship. And I guess if Ethan Page doesn't win his career, so what's going to happen is Ethan Page is going to lose and go to the main roster, right? Why is Ethan Page still on NXT?
Why is Tony D still on NXT?
Well, there's that too.
Even though, so I can definitely, for Tony D, I can say this. We love him. He is awesome. It's more so, it's for him to be on the main roster. It's like, how would that look? And even though we love Tony D, his character is more so 80s, whereas like we don't have that many personas on the main roster right now. You know what I'm saying? Where it's like, oh, you are a character. It's not you. It's not you just end up 10 times. You are basically a Don. So how would the Don look on the main roster? That is a big question. But I love this segment.
Remember what the Pebble said when she was going through the tag teams and saying what they were all good at? What did she say about the family?
Make people disappear.
So
allegedly,
Ethan Page is going to disappear from NXT if Ethan Page loses this match.
No, we're not.
Ethan Page will disappear from NXT after losing this match, and he will be found elsewhere.
Now look,
found elsewhere.
I will say that's the main reason why you should keep Don on NXT. I love that being someone's send-off, where it's like, hey, you're going to the main roster, you gotta get unalived. Yeah, I do love that. So if Tony D's not there, who's gonna disappear him and swim with the fishes? I do want that for people. But
Dolores
to this segment,
Dolores says she remembers the training videos, watching Cora Jade try to help train Raquel.
And then, yeah, it was zip lining. I'm scared. Get over your fear to be better teammates. It was crazy.
So back to this segment, you were saying, Anika.
Yeah, this segment was. I love how this went down because like, a step down for you, sir. I'm a champion. You're not a champion. So how does a step down for you? like how does I'm a champion, you're not. And then he's like, all right, bet. Who wants the title shot? Me. Oh no. Oh, now you know. Now you see how much is warranted. Don't say you don't. You said you didn't want it, boo boo. You said you didn't want it. Like no, I'll take it. All right, fine, bet. I'm gonna beat you behind later. I love how this was a good segment. Just like how.
No, I agree. I enjoyed this. We had Lexis King next telling Charlie Dempsey that he's done some soul searching and wants another shot at the Heritage Cup. Charlie says he'll think about it. Then his other no quarter catch crew members show up. They say that they're proud of their NXT deadline performance. OTM walks in and they mock the three with Jada and Ren nearly coming to blows. So this is just kind of a cluster of different people, different things, and mingling together. Are you interested at all in a rematch between Lexis King and Charlie Dempsey for the Heritage Cup? Do you think that this is where Lexis King actually gets a little push and wins the cup? Or do you think Charlie Dempsey retains the cup?
I think the match is gonna be good. I don't think he should beat Charlie Dempsey. That's just me.
I mean, the only reason that I ask is just because they're doing stuff with the no quarter catch crew, but not a whole lot with Dempsey on a regular basis, and they seem to be wanting to push Lexis King, so it feels like a natural progression. But at the same time, I mean, I like Charlie Dempsey with the Heritage Cup. He just doesn't do anything.
I do love what they're doing with Lexis King, even though it's not astronomically huge. Little by little, we're getting away from the goofy thing that we debuted him with. So I do like that. I still think he needs some more work. So that's why I'm like, I don't think he should beat Charlie for the cup, though.
Okay. And what about Jada and Ren? Are you any interest in that at all?
More so keep them together. Like they are a group. So I do love, yes, let her have her solo spots. But with women, even though she's over, I don't want the group to break up. Because it's like that's how people stay over. You stick with it to the dance. So like the group brought you to the dance. Let's not forget that we are together in this scenario. So no.
I mean, Jada still has a pretty solid push behind her. Like she beat Lola twice. She lost the third time, but she beat her twice before that. So
and she only lost in an underground match. Which is Lola's specialty, right? I mean,
yeah. So I'm not saying that she lost any ground. I'm saying keep her push with what brought her to the dance, and more so now that she has a better push, kind of sprinkle that on the tag team too. Let's all eat off of this push. Is what I'm saying. Let's all eat off this push. Let her eat. Let the tag team that she's managing or with eat. Let's all get this push together.
Okay. Yeah.
All right. Next, we had Javon Evans versus Wes Lee in a one-on-one contest that was extremely solid. I thought it was a lot of fun, and I was very happy. Even though I like Wes Lee, I was very happy to see Javon Evans get the win.
Take this match and put it anywhere it works.
Yes, no doubt about it. Yeah, these two are both really good at what they do. Javon Evans, I mean, we know what Wes Lee is, and Javon Evans is getting better every single day, every single time we see him. So, and him getting the win here, feels right. I know Wes Lee isn't like, I know Wes Lee isn't, we're at the same point in his career where he needs to start putting people over because he's whatever. But at the same time, he's a little long in the tooth on NXT, and I think Javon benefits more from a win over Wes Lee here than Wes Lee benefits for a win over Javon Evans. So I like it in that regard, and I love Javon Evans. I like Wes Lee a lot too. So I was very happy this match started in second gear. It finished in fourth gear. It's everything that I like for the most part. And I thought it was really good. I enjoy this, and both guys are very solid. So I could watch this again and again and maybe even again, honestly.
Fight forever. No, yeah.
I thought the chemistry was really good.
Like when it comes to multi-man matches of any capacity on premium live events, we're all worried about what happens after. Like, to compare, the Elimination Chamber was all NXT stars, and we're like, okay, this is when Bronson Reed gets the push. This is when Montez Ford gets the push, and then they didn't get the solo push that we all wanted to get. It's like, why though? It was a good Elimination Chamber. I love that. Okay, it's after the Survival Series match on Deadline. All right, afterwards we need to all they all need to get a decent push after the match, and I love that they're all getting a decent push after the match. They're not getting forgotten. Case in point, this match was great. Yeah, even like Tony D, I love him as North American champion, but this was like, oh, what if this was a North American title match? This would have been so good. Like, yeah, like, this would have been so good. But them just being a rivalry, I'm cool with that too. See.
Sammy, anything you want to say about this match?
I said it when we started off. You could put this match anywhere.
Yeah, no doubt about it. We had Axiom and Frazier. Frazier says they still have the tag team titles, despite what was going on. Axiom wants to apologize. He says he was worried about Frazier working double duty, but he did great. Frazier said Axiom carried them in the tag match. Axiom bemoans Oba coming out in the Iron Survivor, says he's angry. Frazier says he's going to make this right. And these guys are growing on me. I say that each week because each week they're growing on me. I mean, there was a period of time where we did our little tier thing and we talked about potentially they needed to. I thought they needed to be broken up. Sammy thought they should be fired. But as of now, I've liked what they've done over the last month to 6 weeks to 8 weeks with the whole little I'm wrestling singles, you need to pay attention to the tag, you need to pay attention to the tag, and not quite being on the same page. I think it's added a lot of personality to what was kind of a bland situation before. Axiom himself doesn't have a whole lot of personality. Nathan Frazier has a ton of personality, so and I think it's starting to rub off a little bit on Axiom. Axiom's I think becoming a little bit more relatable and a little bit less kind of robotic and vapid. So in those regards, I like it, and I thought this was fine for what it was. And yeah, I mean, I'm so glad Obafemi's back.
Right? Nope. So this is like I don't want to pat myself on the back, but I'm like, look, that's what I said. When the people are gone, that comeback is a shock. And so it's like, this is what I'm talking about. Open the final series match. Let's freaking go. Now to Nathan and Axiom, I wholeheartedly agree with you. I like it's a catch-22 where it's like the more they're together, the more I don't want them to break up. Is it like, oh, they're actually finding their groove now? Don't leave them alone. Leave them alone. So that was like that whole sincerity moment where Nathan was like, "Oh, you do love me? Like, yes, you're my tag team partner. I'm making this right." I'm like, Nathan, I'm making it right. I'm making it. It's like, yes, that's how you're supposed to be. Yes, he actually like you could like this revelation of, oh, we weren't just together to get gold. You actually like me. I love that. That was darling. So whatever comes next, just keep this going. Keep this going.
I mean, they're definitely their comedy is welcomed on the show, and they're doing it well.
Yeah, Axiom has the mask on, but Nathan's all bruised up, like, oh, this coffee's so good. Oh, this weekend sucked. This weekend was so good.
Sammy, anything you want to say? You've been outwardly against these guys in the past, so
yeah, I still don't like them. Like,
okay.
All right. We know that Tony D and Versus and Page is official for tonight, as is Cora Jade and Roxy versus Julia and Kalani Jordan for the main event. Let's see. Go ahead. Oh,
no, that was it.
It sounds like you're about to.
Nope. Keep going.
So let's see. We had an NXT showcase. which is a new thing they're doing where they kind of focus on a wrestler a little bit and kind of tell you about what's been going on and where they came from, all those things. And
Yeah.
tonight's focus was Josh Briggs, who I'm a big fan of. So I was interested in this. They talked about him competing in Pro Wrestling Noah over the summer and how Inamura impressed him. Inamura said that Briggs has a fighting spirit and has a crazy side when he gets in the ring, which he likes. Briggs says Inamura is a grown man and he doesn't have to deal with the immaturity, I guess, that he was dealing with was Brooks Jensen, as the implication, right? And so let's see, there's a
Sure.
little bit of a language barrier, but he jumped at the opportunity to come to NXT and team with Briggs. And that they're going to create chaos in NXT. What do you guys think of this little NXT spotlight and this focus, this new spotlight? I guess it's new. I mean, they've done it now for what, a couple months, I want to say, or a month now or something. Feels like been doing this little NXT spotlight focus thing every episode. So, what do you guys think of this and Josh Briggs and this Inamura stuff?
I don't mind the spotlight. I do like because it's still serving as developmental. More so. We'll stop saying developmental. This is your first shot before main roster. We'll say that. How about that? This is your first shot before main roster. So let's people we think are good. This is why we like them. I like that. But just forewarning, please don't do what you did with Io and Zoe Starks. I need to remind you so you don't repeat the past. But yeah, Zoe Starks and Io, and he oh, we're odd couple. You're Japanese. I don't know what you're doing, so I'm not gonna eat your stuff. It's please don't do none of that. Please don't do none of that. Please.
Yeah.
Let's steer away from that, and then this should be good.
Tammy, anything you want to say about this?
Sorry, I'm messaging my sister right now. What's up?
Oh no, I was just, if you anything you wanted to say about the Josh Briggs segment, him and Inamura, and
I like Josh Briggs, and for a while it's felt pretty down, but with this it's feeling like, oh, they might actually be doing something with him finally.
yeah, and I think this does a lot to go to what Anika says on a regular basis, which is that when you bring in people that have a history, you have to show and introduce them, and you have to let people know, why we should know who they are. And this does that. This tells you who Josh Briggs is, why you should care, who Inamura is, why you should care a little bit. I mean, it's not exhaustive at all. I mean, it's a very short little snippet, but it gives you something so that at least you're like, okay, at least I know a little bit about who these guys are before they're just on my TV and I'm expected to care one way or the other about them. So I do like that it does that. So
the faction that Briggs was in with Brooks and Cowgirl Mandy Rose.
Fallon Henley, yeah.
So they break up and they all turn heel.
Well,
how often
Briggs
has
is
that
not a
happened?
heel.
That a faction breaks up and they all turn heel. Who's not heel?
Briggs is him. He's not heel.
Briggs isn't a heel.
The one that's with the Japanese man? No, I don't think he's a heel right now. No.
I think now that I think he was, but I feel like now that he's back with Inamura, they have a little bit he's not.
Yeah.
But I think he was right. I think you're right. Right after they split up, he was a heel, or at least that's why they tried to portray him. But now I think with Inamura, I think he's back as a face, or he's a face. What I find very interesting is that
they all turned heel, and it was so I'm happy to see him moving away from that because clearly heel didn't work out for Briggs.
Right.
Pivot.
What I found really interesting is that the one person, if you'd have asked me when they were together, who was going to be the breakout of the three first, the last one I would have said was Fallon Henley. And as it turns out, she's the one that's gotten the biggest push out of the three of them. And is probably, I mean, I love Josh Briggs, but has probably done the best work. I mean, I say over Josh Briggs just because she's had more opportunity since then. But yeah, I mean, she's better than Brooks Jensen. And I thought at the time she was the lowest person in that faction. So good for her to try to turn that around, her or the booking, whatever it was, to turn that around. So let's see. We next had
I'm
Sarah
sorry, but
was
she's no longer Fallon Henley to me. She is from like a month ago, like from henceforth, Cowgirl Mandy Rose after
Algo Mandy Rose.
joining the Fatal Influence.
Sure.
Not Mandy Rose.
I'm not calling her that. I'm not calling her that.
So Sarah Schreiber's backstage is in the medical for updates on Stephanie Bakir. Kalani and Julia walk in, and Julia's pissed, shouts in Japanese. Kalani says what goes around comes around, and Stephanie is banged up, but will be okay. He's tired of Roxanne and Cora running around like they run NXT. He says they would eat the younger version of themselves alive and is ready for tonight. What do you think of this little segment building up to our main event of tonight's episode?
Let's get it.
Yeah. All right. So talk more. I'm going to transition because the freaking phone's going out. Okay.
Okay. I was going to say, I agree. I thought this did a good job. Anytime, when you've got, okay, let me rephrase that. This did a good job when you have contestants that are coming up and you're trying to push a match or do something to, make the needle move for a match later in the night. Sometimes it's hit or miss. I thought this hit. I thought this worked out well, and it got me excited for the match, for the main event match. So, and these girls are so good. Right now, it feels like the balance of power in NXT has definitely shifted towards the women's division, especially since the arrival of Stephanie and Julia and Zarya. I don't know that it's fair to put Zarya on the same level as them, but just they all kind of arrived at the same time. And definitely Stephanie and Julia and Roxanne being, one of the better younger women's wrestlers on, at the moment. So the women's division is killing it at the moment. And they're getting the bulk of the showtime too on NXT. It feels like at the moment,
the
which is
way
nice to
that
see.
they use Zarya seems smart. Like they're kind of treating her like Goldberg.
A little bit,
like,
yeah.
Yes.
They don't give her much time. She doesn't
Yeah.
really do much, but she dominates.
Yeah. Yeah, she's
Like-
kind of they've given her that Goldberg Brock Lesnar kind of air to her. She's definitely got that kind of with the F5 move and but yeah, they definitely booked her. But yeah, the NXT women's division is getting the bulk of the time on NXT at the moment. So
and unlike Julia and Stephanie, she's an actual rookie. Like she did a few years on the indies in Australia. She's never been on a big show anywhere. She's like not someone who's done pay-per-views around the world. Like she was an Australian indie wrestler who showed a lot of promise, talent, and potential.
I feel like you're shading the horse awards, but we're gonna bypass that anyway. This segment, I'm glad I'm back. This was really good, and like I said, back when the Survival Series deadline, I just want people to have stuff afterwards. So I am glad that everyone has something to do after the match.
But like with the other two, you have Stephanie, who was the best women's wrestler in Mexico, and you have Julia, who, in my opinion, was the best women's wrestler in Japan. People want to debate that. People want to, name other names, but they were the best of their countries. So.
Yeah, the women's division is extremely solid at the moment. Right now, it may be better than the TNA women's knockout division, which we generally say is the best women's division going.
I think so.
The NXT women's division is about as good as I think it can get at the moment. So, we'll see how long they stay and it lasts. But at the moment, it's red hot.
I think this is better than NXT was when they had the 4 horsewomen.
Ooh.
We'll see about that. We're not gonna say that much. We're gonna settle down. Settle down a little bit. Settle down. This is only the first year. We got one. Let's give them one more year before we can actually say stuff like that.
Here's the problem. I don't think we're gonna get that because Julia and Stephanie are not gonna be in NXT that long.
I think that Stephanie will be there longer than Julia.
I think the difference is that the four horsewomen and were really coming up and developing on NXT at the time, where Julia and Stephanie are already developed and well into their prime years. They're not interested in wasting a whole bunch of time in NXT. First of all, secondly, they don't need to. They're ready for the main rosters. And I don't watch SmackDown, but I can't imagine that they can't. I know the Raw women's roster would benefit immensely from Julia and or Stephanie or both. And SmackDown would probably the same, either one or both, I would imagine. So, yeah. Next, we have Soul talking to Zarya, tells her that the Iron Survivor was the most fun she's had in a long time. Zarya said she felt alive in the heat of the battle, and Soul felt the opposite when she was in the penalty box. Lash and Jakara walk up and say they know that they knew that Soul and Zarya wouldn't win, and they didn't. Lash says Zarya can't hang with her. Soul says Lash can't bully Zarya, and Jakara asks why not. She's stepping up for someone who wanted to rip her head off 24 hours ago. What do you guys think of this segment here with these four women post Iron Survivor?
Zarya and Soul. All right. Like I said, as long as everyone has something to do afterwards, I'm good with it. And Lash and Shakara Jackson. Jakara Jackson. I love them as a team. And so like right now, it really is putting the chess pieces on the board in the right places. Where it's like I'm not gonna say they're just the best in the Horsewoman era, but you have a whole lot of very good players. So it's more so of like, okay, how are we going to position all these players to make this last? Because even though we keep saying developmental, this show is on CW. This is on one of the 4 national televised channels. So it's like, all right, we do have to make a program last a little bit longer than usual. So I'm excited to see how everyone is positioned and how everyone is placed for this new CW.
Yeah. I mean, I liked this a lot. I thought it was very good. You get the other women that were in the Iron Survivor. You get to see what's going on with them, what they're planning on doing, or like you said, everyone has something going on. And again, where they're illustrating just how strong the women's division is. They had the bulk of the time on this show, and they deserve it at the moment because they're killing it. So, let's see. We had Hank and Tank versus TNT, Tyreek and Tyson. Hank and Tank won in a little over 5 minutes. This was okay. I didn't think it wasn't terrible. I kind of expected this to maybe be a lower point on the show, but I was actually pleasantly surprised by what they actually produced for what it was. I was disappointed that Hank and Tank won just because I personally like TNT better. And a few months ago, when there was OTM, TNT, and there was another, I'm trying to remember the other group. They didn't have a name, but they were just, there was another group. And they were trying to, Anofe and Blade, and they were trying to decide, what to do. Me and Sammy both thought TNT was the best of the 3. So I'm happy to see them here on TV again and getting a little bit maybe more TV time. At the same time, taking the loss to Hank and Tank is what it is. But I thought both teams actually looked really good in a short little tag team match. I thought it was fine for what it was. What do you guys think?
Like Hank and Tank, like they're the annoying comedy group that like I don't expect much from. Like especially with Vince gone. Like Vince would have loved them, but Vince ain't here. So it's like these are the dudes who we're giving the win to.
Yeah.
So with that being said, right, there's a whole lot that's going, like, there should be a documentary of the Vince guys and the Paul Levesque guys, because I do feel kind of bad for people who were pushed by Vince and had, like, it weren't like they were bad guys. They're just like, they love wrestling. And like, I got picked by, the 70-year-old crackhead. But that should not be a ding on them. You know what I'm saying? Like, even though you got picked by the crazy person, that shouldn't be a ding on you. And I'm more so thinking about More so I'm thinking about what's his name? Elias. I'm thinking about the dude that was with Shin, Nakamura. What's his name? The dude with the guitar. Rick. Boom. Rick. Boom. So I do feel bad for those guys because it's like they didn't do anything. They got chosen and they were entertaining. And so it's like, but I do feel like because they were chosen by Vince, they got a ding. So even though Hank and Tank aren't my people, I do want them to have a shot. There we go. I do want them to have a shot. Do I want them to have a shot against these guys? No, but I do want them to have a shot. But let's just be fair to everyone. And if they're not good, move on. I think that's the thing.
Another way of looking at it is the Shield. Like Roman was clearly Vince's pick.
Yes.
Seth was clearly Triple H's pick.
And Dean was just there, but he's undeniable.
We can give him Stephanie's pick.
Cause I go back because like that match between him and Hunter at what's his name? What was the stupid name for NXT? Not Pit Stop, but what was it called? Dang, go on it.
Fastlane?
Not Fastlane. It was something like it was a thing. This is going to be very, very frustrating. It was the thing. It was Dean versus Triple H, and it was like not a speed bump, but it was something like that. Bump in the road, speed bump, something like that. Help me out here. It was a great match, and they're like, oh crap, Dean has a plan against Triple H. It was right before WrestleMania, and it's like not speed bump. Not big.
Roadblock.
I'm gonna Google it.
Roadblock. Thank you. It was Roadblock, and that yes. Oh, that would have made my brain hurt. It would have made my brain hurt so bad. But yes,
I would have thought of it.
Yeah, Dean versus Triple H and Roadblock. That was honestly very, very entertaining. So
if it wasn't for Samoa Joe, I wouldn't remember Great Balls of Fire.
But yeah, so we'll say Dean was a second pick for Triple H. Like not the guy, but maybe like definitely intercontinental champion. Oh, that would my brain hurt. All right, continue.
So next we had one of the better segments of the show. Oba Femi comes out to the ring. Surprise, surprise, the ruler is back. Deadline, he stormed the building, kicked down the opposition, destroyed everybody, and now is the Iron Survivor. So in 4 weeks at New Year's Evil, there will be a new NXT World Champion, and it's kind of hard to argue with them. I think it's probably true. That brings out Trick, that brings him to Trick. He says, they've never officially crossed paths before, but he's dominated has been dominant in their division, and it's time to find out who the more dominant one is. Here comes Trick, and he grabs the mic, but before Trick can really say anything, here comes Eddie Thorpe, who says he's not going to ignore what happened and let Oba get away with what he did to him. Oba attacked him last week, and that so that he can take his place in the Iron Survivor match. Oba says, did you actually see me do it? And Eddie Thorpe says, I was attacked. But it was with so much power, it had to be Oba Femi. Who else could it be? Trick starts talking. Oba and Trick go back and forth a little bit. Eddie Thorpe sits there. Ultimately, these three kind of go back and forth a little bit. And what ends up happening is in the long run is that Eddie says that he can beat Trick. And so Trick says, I have no problem whooping everybody's ass. And he tells Eddie he can get it next week, and that Oba's going to get it at New Year's Evil. What'd you guys think of this segment?
In the words of Barbershop, do you have the ocular proof? Did you see me drink? So, putting Eddie Thorpe here, fine.
Fucking
I think
Jimmy.
so.
Yeah,
right.
The ocular proof.
But more so, more so, they're trying this. I think we said this for a couple of months though. This is the end goal of Oba versus Trick, and they're trying to prolong it as long as possible. Hence, worth inserting Eddie Thorpe here. I'm not totally mad at it, but let's get this over with to give me my Oba versus Trick match.
Yeah, I agree.
My turn.
Tammy, anything you want to say?
Yeah. As much love and praise to Trick and everything, but Obafemi is that dude. Like, Obafemi, like, makes me feel like when I saw Moose come into TNA. Like I am here for it. I want to see a dominant world championship run. Like, the only problem is once he becomes champion, I don't know who you're gonna get to beat him.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like you might run back. You might run him. You might run him versus Tony D back maybe.
I think you wait like 2 years and you give it to Javon Evans.
Yeah. Like so. We said this, but yeah, the men's division of NXT. We need some more. We definitely need some more bodies. We definitely need some more bodies in the main event roster.
But that's the moment where you do a dominant championship run, and Obafemi is someone you can do that with.
Like, but you have to go against some credible people. It can't be all scrubs. There got to be some people that are like, okay, he might be him. He's not, but he might.
Yeah,
I mean, we got Lexus King, we got Eddie Thorpe. Like, it's kind of slim pickings. I'm sorry, but like they're not bad. They're good. I like Lexus King. I like Eddie Thorpe. But like those are the competitors we're going to be looking at.
Yeah, I mean, it's been a minute since we've had a main event roster person come down and have a match. So maybe something like that. Maybe we can get someone that's going to want to run, come down and do a little segment with Oba or something. But yeah, I mean, it's thin. You're talking about Ethan Page if he stays, Javon Evans, and then the guys that you mentioned. So the Tony D's, probably the Lexus Kings, I guess. I mean, the Lexus Kings and Eddie Thorpe, Obafemi's going to destroy Eddie Thorpe next week. I have no doubt about that. So, and Lexus King is going to destroy Lexus King. Santos
versus Obafemi.
You want to bring Santos back to NXT?
Well, I'm thinking of somebody on the main roster who's not really doing a whole lot, and it wouldn't really hurt them to give a win to Obafemi.
The Ghetto Phantasm. Yeah, I can see him coming back to a homecoming. I can see. Yeah, I wouldn't be mad at that.
I would be mad at that. I mean, I don't know that I think that there's a whole lot of unpredictability there. I mean, it feels like Oba would get the win, but it could still be fun. I mean, what's going on with where's Apollo Crews?
He is technically on SmackDown, and he got behind kicked by the Bloodline because they kicked his behind, and he tried to get his look back, but it didn't happen.
Like guys that aren't doing anything but are super talented, I'd love to see them just go back to NXT.
Yes,
and have a more. There's a few veterans that I think would benefit a lot.
He literally just left NXT, and the first time we see him on SmackDown, he's getting beat up in the backstage by the Bloodline in 3 seconds.
Look! He was beating up old boy from what's his face, Imperium, like 2 times really quickly. And if anyone watches the Twitter speed, is that still a thing? He was on speed before they got rid of Baron Corbin. He was doing stuff with him on
the place you go to when they are trying to decide, do we fire this guy or not?
No, dude, don't say that.
Who was on there? Baron Corbin. Who else was on there? Ricochet. I mean, it's literally the place where wrestlers go when they are deciding whether they're leaving the company or not.
Now Ricochet, he left by himself. They offered him, but he said, "I'm gonna go over here."
Yeah, he went on there. He proved himself, and they were like, "Yeah, we want to keep you," and he was like, "I'm good."
Yeah.
All
All right,
right.
Nick.
So
Derek
next we
Coleman was
had
the
kind of
opposite. He
200.
went on there, and they're like, "Yeah, we're good. Thank you for your service."
Two segments that go together, two back-to-back segments. Fatal Influence is first, and Jason Jane says Gigi Dolan is obsessed with her. Kylan Henley says she's obsessed with her title, and Jasmine Nick says it doesn't matter, they just need to get rid of Gigi Dolan. And then Gigi Dolan and Tatum Paxley are backstage. Izzy Dane walks up. They're saying they're not done. Sean Spears and company walks up and lets Gigi and Tatum walk off. Spears tries to talk to Izzy Dane, but she's not interested and walks off. I thought they were trying to ultimately. This is a little weird to me because I thought Sean Spears was trying to recruit Gigi Dolan, but then he kind of turned his attention when they walked off. I guess it doesnesn't really matter. He just wants a woman
Yeah.
as part of his faction. So these
Maybe
two
he's.
segments, I say they kind of go together because they have crossover, but they are two different segments. What do you guys think of both segments?
I was. And maybe it's a situation of where he's just like, she ain't interested. Time to move on.
Or like,
Like
I
you
need.
shot your shot once, and she walked off. You're like, "Hey, second chance," and she walks off. Like, if you
I
go
need
for a
more.
third, you're a bigger creep than we already thought you were.
I need more info for Sean Spears' group. I'm like, what is your mission statement? Why do you want JC Dolan or old girl? Not
Get
that.
a win. I think that's mission statement. Get a win.
That gotta be more than get a win. No. Oh,
I think, I mean, if you look at most of the factions on NXT or most of the factions in general, a lot of times it feels like they try to have 2, 3, 4 guys and then at least one woman. So, and I think that's just kind of
yeah.
this is their traditional kind of thing. So Sean feels like, oh, I need a woman.
Again, I need more. Even though we know this because we're part of the wrestling community, we need more. You need more of a reason on television.
Yeah. That
So you won't
brings
be.
us to.
You'll be a
go ahead.
creep. Yeah, that was what I was gonna say. So you won't be a creep.
Brings us to the match that basically involves these women, JC Jane and Jasmine Nix versus Gigi Dolan and Tatum Paxley. I actually thought this match was better than I thought it was going to be. It wasn't
Yeah.
very long at all, which was a little bit of a surprise. But I thought for the few minutes that they were there, it was solid. And again, another women's match. The women definitely dominated this episode. I mean, I think they had, I don't know how many segments there were, but it was very women's heavy, which is awesome. And they also have the main event segment. So, for a situation where some of this has been down, I didn't have that feeling, even though it was short. I thought this was fine. And some people have complained about Gigi and JC not having chemistry. I saw that. I didn't feel that way. I think they do have
No.
chemistry as opponents. I mean, I thought they're fine. I mean, they really haven't been given too much of an opportunity, I feel like, to really work it out all that much. So I don't know. But when this is, this being said, Fatal Influence got the win. JC Jane hits her finisher for the pin. Yeah, I mean, I thought it was fine ultimately. What do you guys think of the match? And then I'll talk about post match.
Oh, okay. Just the match by itself. We keep singing their praises. Something so this is what I like about NXT. They have the luxury of giving people and stuff time to let it breathe and get together. More so with Fatal Influence. Like the first time it's like, oh, all the cute people standing in a row. It really felt like, all right, we put all the cute women together to make this knockoff of Fatal Attraction. But now we give it time, and it's like, okay, we actually have something here. We actually have a more cohesive team, trio of girls. So like, all right, cool, fine, bet. And then and even though they got paired together because they're both crazy, Gigi and give me her name. I'm gonna get the T's. Tatum. They actually, they actually are good as together. So I love that I love NXT. They got people. They got a chance to breathe and actually get their stuff together to actually be a good group or a good act.
Yeah, and Fatal Influence is growing a little bit on me. I think they've gotten a little bit better. I still think they're mid-card, but I think they're growing on me a little bit. I still don't really care for Jasmine Nix. I think she's, got her abilities, but she seems to be kind of the lowest on the pole. And how Fallon Henley's kind of come out at the top, but I think they're a little more interesting than they were for me a month ago. So, but post match became what was really interesting, as if the women's division couldn't be strong enough. Fatal Influence starts to attack Tatum Paxley, triple team on Tatum Paxley. Gigi makes her way back into the ring to try to save it, but it's still 3-on-2. And as soon as it was 3-on-2, I thought somebody's got to come help them. In my head, it hit right at the same time. I said, "Where's Shotzi?" And here came the Shotzi Blackheart
You
music.
lying.
So Shotzi music hit, and here comes Shotzi. And Shotzi helps Tatum and Gigi fight off Fatal Influence, and they all stand in the ring. I guess the baby faces at this point. So Shotzi, is she back in NXT, or is this just for this situation? If she's back, man, that makes the women's division even that much stronger. Like, I believe she's already immediately in the conversation, or should be, with Roxanne and Stephanie and Julia and those guys as far as in the main event women's picture. At minimum, she should be, dominating the NXT women's North American title picture if she's going to be there for a minute. But either way, I'm just glad to have her back on TV, because I can't remember the last time I saw Shotzi. Maybe she's been on SmackDown, but she sure hasn't been on Raw or NXT. So I can't remember the last time I saw her. So I feel like it was Halloween Havoc NXT was the last time we saw her, because they wheel her out on Halloween because she's got that Halloweeny look to her. I guess she likes to dress up. I don't know.
But she likes Halloween stuff too.
Right. So
she got hurt. Yeah. So she got hurt.
Okay.
She was on SmackDown. It wasn't Halloween Havoc, but it was like a YouTube where her and old girl Karrion Kross's wife Scarlett was doing something for Halloween on YouTube. But it has been a minute. I love Shotzi. I like the energy is right. Like, welcome to the ball. It's just a ball of energy. Like, oh, all right. Show started. Here we go. And then they put the crazy chick with Gigi and say it again. Sorry, I'm getting her name right. Who's Gigi's partner? Tatum. They put her with Gigi and Tatum. I'm like, oh yeah, that makes so much sense. It makes so much sense. And if I had to put my money on it, I would. Yeah. Like we talked about this earlier. If you're not doing anything on the main roster, put them on NXT. Yeah, let her go to NXT, because right now we're gonna shake some things up for Netflix Raw. But even with that, we need to build her up. So I'm not mad at let's have Shotzi be at NXT. Let's say for 3 months. And then put her in the Raw title sheen, because we're doing the whole women's intercontinental title. But yeah, let her have a little program on NXT to kind of rebuild her up, and then we put her over back in the main roster.
Sammy, anything you want to say?
Spacing out on the name of the girl who got drafted up to the main roster this year that I was
the porn accountant?
Kiana James?
Yeah, Kiana James.
Yeah.
Like, honestly, like, is she still with the company? Is she injured?
She might be injured, but even before that, I want to know who made the call. Because even though, yes, we say no. Y'all say Triple H is from the Vince learning tree. He knows more to know who to draft and who doesn't. Case in point, Aaliyah, who's in NXT for 8 years, and rightfully so. So I want to know who made the call of saying Kiana James should get called up, because she was definitely not on my list of, she's ready.
And looking on Monday Night Raw, like, when was the last time we saw her? Because the last time I remember seeing her, she was, doing a word of the day thing and not using the right definition for the word she was using. It's like you used it in a sentence, it didn't fit in. What are you doing? Because like if you're gonna try and
Holy
use
fuck.
these big words, at least use them correctly, because it just makes you look even more dumb trying to use big words and you don't know what they mean.
Interesting. I don't remember that at all.
I remember one segment, yeah. But yeah, if she gets better, put her back on NXT. Put her back on NXT and get her ready because she wasn't ready.
Try and
Axiom
put her
walks up
off to
to
AEW. Maybe it'll hurt the ratings.
Axiom
No,
walks up to Frazier, says he went to Ava and got himself a one-on-one match with Oba. Frazier's more than skeptical. Axiom understands his concern. But Frazier, and Frazier said he felt bad about Axiom carrying the weight during their, when they're in a tag team or over the last month as a tag team. So he went and got them a tag team match for next week with Ava, which ultimately results in Axiom having to do double duty next week. And they are worried about it. Axiom's a little more worried than Frazier. What do you guys think about their second segment of the night?
listen. This relationship is now going towards respect to love. It takes a little more time to get to know your communication language. So unfortunately for Axiom, you're gonna have to get killed by Oba to learn this. But we're gonna learn it. And we're gonna get it. We're gonna be better for it. But yeah, you're gonna get killed next week.
Anything you want to say, Sammy? Or no?
Uh,
All right.
R.I.P. R.I.P. R.I.P.
Why?
Next,
That is not a thing.
next, we had the NXT North American Championship match between Tony D and Ethan Page, that Ethan Page reluctantly accepted and said was below him earlier in the night. Tony D gets the pin ultimately with the spine buster for 3. I thought this was good. I mean, I don't think there was much unpredictability here. Or I don't think this is I think this is predictable. Let me put it that way. This was predictable. I thought Ethan Page was probably going to lose here. I figured Tony D was going to get the win. His character is spiraling, and I think that the loss is going to add more to that. And Ethan Page is going to, for this battle, I do think he's going to the main roster at some point very soon here. So I don't know what that looks like exactly, but I do think that. That being said, I think the match was good. Tony D shows, why he's North American champion. And why he's probably destined for the main roster sooner than later. We'll talk about whether the character works on the main roster or not. We'll have to wait and see if they even do that or not. They're in a habit of sometimes changing people, so maybe they'll give him a whole new uplift. I think that would be a mistake just because I feel like he's already kind of gotten over with what he is. At the same time, I don't know that this plays at the main roster either. So we'll have to see. But that being said, Ethan Page is a solid wrestler. Tony D is a solid wrestler, and I thought it was a good match. What do you guys think of the match and the outcome?
I kind of wish, okay, it's two mindsets where it's just like you get surprised by this match. It's like, okay, yeah, fun. On the other hand, it's like I do kind of wish we had it set up just a little bit. It's like I wish it was an actual program instead of a surprise match. But either way, this match was great. And like the champ, Tony D, let's go. And I do think that Ethan Page needs a break. This. Unfortunately, this is why I like they're not pushing Stephanie and like her. This is a prime example because like when you push people too soon, more so it's the I like pacing. It's like okay, if they're champ, what happens afterwards? More so with Ethan, it's like he was champ, but now he's not champ. What do you do with him? And so I am glad they're like, all right, we're gonna what you call it? We're gonna give him a break. We're gonna figure some stuff out. What's your next program? But like, yeah, this was good. I don't think Ethan should be on the main roster just yet. This is kind of why it sucks the brand split because I would say like let him just have like a little program on the main roster come back to NXT, but you can't do that. But yeah, let's just have some time to figure out Ethan Page's next move. I'm not mad at that.
I don't necessarily think Ethan Page needs to go to the main roster. I like him on NXT. I think NXT.
Yeah.
I think when NXT was its best, black and gold, and not that that's what we're trying to recreate in any way, shape, or form, but you are on, like you said, a major channel. You do give a lot of resources to this, to a certain extent. And you want it to be successful, so I think you do need some solid veterans that stay around and are good for the show. I think you need a good balance, and I think Ethan Page is one of those guys that I think would be good on NXT indefinitely. That being said, it just wouldn't surprise me if he ends up going to the main roster. I feel like that's, for where he's been at in his career in the past and so on, it makes a little more sense. At the same time, if they're not going to use him either, I mean, then it is what it is. I mean, I guess we'll have to wait and see. I like him on NXT because I think NXT needs him, but I think the main roster is more of a fit for him as far as his talent goes. Probably, it's my opinion.
Yeah.
We have. Oh, sorry, Sammy. Did you want to say anything before I move on, or no?
Nah, very well.
All right. Lexus King is with Sammy's favorite quarterback of all time, Ryan Leaf, and they're talking about. I know, just a bad joke. Nobody likes Ryan Leaf. Ryan Leaf is one of the worst. Well, I don't know, worst quarterbacks of all time, but definitely one of the worst attitudes in professional football of all time. Let's put it that way. Lexus King is with Ryan Leaf backstage, talking about what an inspiration Ryan Leaf is. Leaf says King is actually the inspiration, and that even though he didn't get to decide how his story starts, he can make it a hell of an ending. Charlie walks in, says, "I'm going to give you the match in 2 weeks. In the meantime, first you have to make it through a workout with me." Lexus King says, "Done." So I'm assuming because the match is in 2 weeks that next week we're going to get a vignette of Lexus King and Charlie Dempsey working out. Does this do anything for you? You guys Ryan Leaf fans?
I don't know who this dude is.
No. He
was the number one quarterback drafted in the year that he was drafted. What year was that? Like 2000?
The year he was drafted?
Or 7 or 9? No, I mean it was like in the late, right before 2000. It was like the late, 2000s, and yeah, he was a bust, total bust, and then he had the worst attitude.
Yeah, he's literally like the butt of jokes when we talk about busts. Like,
gosh.
Like if you say, that dude might be a bust, and you're like, what, like Ryan Leaf? And it's like, no, not that bad.
And not just on the field, but attitude-wise. Like he's had he's considered one of the worst attitudes ever. Like as far as it's terrible.
To give me a better radar what I'm working with, is he better than Jay Cutler? Because I hate Jay Cutler. Is he attitude-wise? Is he worse than Jay Cutler?
I think so.
Really?
I think so. I mean, I never really had a big problem with Jay Cutler's attitude. I know that the league had a little bit of an issue with him, but no, Ryan Leaf is like the poster boy for bad attitude.
Oh wow! Okay. I got a better perimeter. All right, thank you.
So it's very interesting. I thought it was very interesting he was even here, let alone talking to like.
Yeah, because
why Ryan Leaf was even here? I mean, the whole thing was weird, but okay. Let's see. We had Ethan Page. He stopped by the cameraman. He says he's lost. Oh, go ahead.
I just wanted to say another aspect to look at it is Jay Cutler. He played for like 11 years. Yeah. Ryan Leaf was out in 4.
Yeah.
Okay.
How long is the rookie contract? 4 years.
Yeah. No, and and Ryan Leaf was considered, a major cancer in the clubhouse. I think Jay Cutler had some attitude problems, but I don't know that his teammates ever really hated him. I think Ryan Leaf's teammates actively hated him. I could be wrong about Jay Cutler, but I know that Ryan Leaf's teammates actively hated him by the time he was gone.
So he was with the Chargers for 2 years, and in his last 2 years, he went to Tampa. Tampa didn't want him. He went to Dallas. Dallas didn't want him, which surprises me. I guess Jerry Jones still had his wits about him back then to be like, we don't want this dude. And then he went to Seattle, and then after Seattle, he was done.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. So. All right, give him away from Lexus King. I actually like Lexus King. Give him away from Lexus King.
Yeah. No, I think Dempsey versus King should be fun. I mean, you got to do something with these guys. Might as well do this. The Heritage Cup really hasn't been doing anything, so do something with it. At least it does something. So let's see. Paige just stopped by a cameraman. He says he's lost his way, and that he says he's all ego, but in reality, he doesn't think he is. He doesn't think he's good enough now to get the North American title. He has no clue how to get to the NXT title. He's lost and ashamed and walks off. Anything to say about Ethan Page in this despondent promo?
Wyatt family. Yes, let him. You lost your way. Go off the grid, just like old boy. See. If old boy was here, he would be a dyad. What's his name? That's now in the Wyatt family. That Dexter Loomis, the one that was in NXT before it, that was doing the dyads with
Joe Gacy?
Young veterans. Yeah, Joe Gacy. If Joe Gacy was still here, he would be with Joe Gacy learning from the first learning tree. That was actually entertaining.
So set for next week, we've got Trick versus Eddie Thorpe in an NXT Championship match. Traxium takes on Gallus in a tag team champion match. Obafemi versus Axiom. And Lash Legend and Jakara Jackson take on Sol, Ruka, and Zarya. It should be a good show. And that brought a short main event, which was Roxanne and Cora versus Julia and Kalani Jordan. A very solid main event. I enjoyed this a lot.
Mm-hmm.
I was a little surprised that Cora Jade and Roxanne got the win and that Cora Jade hit the DDT. But they're trying apparently to push Cora Jade. I mean, that seems to be that's what comes out of this for me. I'm not totally sure why, but that's what comes out of this for me. But I thought it was a very solid main event. The women main eventing is always great. The match was a little over 10 minutes, so they got good time. And I thought everyone looked good. I just don't understand why Cora Jade maybe came out looking perhaps one of the better ones.
Well, we've
what do you guys think of this main event?
Well, you ruined it. I'm watching it right now.
Oh, sorry, my bad. Well, how did I know you were? I haven't told you what happened afterwards, so wait when we get to there.
No. I'm playing with you because I know I'm super late. But what I'm watching, I was gonna say, we said this when Cora Jade was the reason why Julia didn't win the belt. Like, if you're gonna let her be the reason she didn't win the belt, you gotta push her in some way or faction. Now, granted, it's Cora Jade. Either you're good, like something has to shine. Either your personality or your ring experience. Out of all these girls, it ain't gonna be the ring. So I need you to amp up the villainous. I need you to amp up the personality. That's just me. But if we're gonna give her a shining light, I'm not mad at that.
Someone tell NXT.
Jimmy, anything you want to say?
Make fetch a thing.
Say it again. What?
Someone tell NXT to stop trying to make fetch a thing.
What's fetch? Oh gosh.
Oh, have you never seen that movie? Okay.
No, wait, you talking about Mean Girls?
I was quoting Mean Girls in reference to them trying to push Cora Jade.
Wait, I need the connection of why Mean. Oh, fetch. Okay, now I get it. Don't make fetch a thing. Don't make Cora Jade a thing. It's like, so talking about the porn account and talking about Aaliyah. Cora has some, what you call it? She has something. Like, she's not. There you go. She's not.
She has a talented boyfriend. That's what she has.
Not a talented boyfriend, but before her and old boy got together, she actually was some like even before Roxanne got here, she was doing stuff to the point of, okay, she has promise. She's just the best person in the room. That's her problem right now. She's in the main event scene and she's not the best person in the room.
I mean, back then, what did we say about her? Like, we didn't really give her any praise. Like, we called her knockoff Sky Blue. Not as good Sky Blue.
I did not say not as good as Sky Blue.
Talented Sky Blue.
No, that was you. I said they all look alike. I put them all in the same category. Why y'all all young with black hair and big and showing off your booty? That's what I said.
That reminds me, when's Sky
Okay.
Blue coming back?
Yeah, she's injured. Is that what happened?
Oh, I don't. I think she's hurt, so I'm not sure when she's coming back. But yeah, before, like, if this was, people came in and Cora Jade has to step up, and hopefully she does, because you get stepped up or get stepped aside. Unfortunately,
Matt
Pick
Stephanie
a side,
shows
baby
up.
side.
Stephanie shows up.
Oh.
Cora Jade has her bat. Stephanie comes up from behind her and nails her. She hits her with a big headbutt. Cora escapes to the outside. The bear snaps the bat and gives chase, but Cora Jade flees into the crowd.
so I'm not mad at that.
Say that again?
I'll say, I'm sorry to interrupt. I said I'm not mad at that. We kept saying that everyone needs something to do after a premium live event. Valkyria versus Cora Jade. Granted that Valkyria wins, I'm not mad at this.
Yeah.
Let me say it again. Valkyria wins, though.
Yeah. So I thought this worked well. I mean, it is what it is. She came in and took care of Cora Jade, which, needed to be done. So, and it put Stephanie on TV. So, since she wasn't technically involved in this match and had gotten beat down earlier, she had a reason to come out here and, attack Cora Jade. So, I thought that it brought the story around, and I liked it. The very last segment is Eddie Thorpe signing his contract backstage. And again, he gets cut off mid-segment. This is now, I think it's happened twice or 3 times, and this is becoming kind of an ongoing running joke that at the very end, he's trying to do something and he keeps getting cut off. So anything you want to say about that before we give our grade for the show?
I wasn't sure. So I finished it. I'm like, I thought that I didn't get what you call it. I didn't get the end credit like AEW. Like, it overlapped. But I said it just cut off. Like I said, we're trying to prolong. We're trying to prolong Trick versus Oba. This is a smart way to do it. Fine.
Related, but maybe not known, he did take to Twitter last week and said that he had staged his own attack, and that was his way of sneaking into the NXT Championship match. For what that's worth. So that was the end of NXT this week. I thought it was probably right on par. So I enjoyed it a little bit more than Raw, but I think it was right on par with Raw. The women are so good, though, at the moment. I gave Raw a B+. I'm going to give this an A-. I thought it was just a little above because the women were so good.
They're doing,
what about you guys?
Everyone is doing great jobs with their post-match angles. And this was a post-match of Deadline, and I loved everything about it. So,
So Sammy, what was your grade? Would you give it a B+?
B+.
B+.
It was better than Raw, but not that much better. B+.
I feel the same way. This is between a B and a B+, and I'm going to give it a B.
All right. So that brings us to the end of our NXT review, and that leaves us Dynamite. So Miss Nika will take over, and we will talk about Dynamite.
All right. Dynamite, a.k.a., as I say, December 11th, 2024. Winter is coming. One of our, not pay-per-views, but our super shows that are on television. All right, so we start with a pretty tasty beginning. We have OC and Jay White versus the Death Riders of Jon Moxley and the Bastard Pack. This is crazy because I don't think I know John Moxley and Pac was in multi-man groups, but I don't think that they were straight up just Moxley and Pac as a tag team. And I think having
No, they've
once,
wrestled each other a lot, but yeah, as a tag team,
yeah,
no.
yeah. So I was very excited about this because
But
I do.
also the other side, like I never would have thought I would ever see Orange Cassidy and Jay White as a tag team.
Yeah,
I
yeah, I
like
can
Jay
see
White as
that.
a face, I guess. I'm not a big fan of that.
But yeah. So all around, nice little surprising little teams, and I actually I'm here for it. And unlike the people, like not sure where they were here, town wise, but the crowd lower than
ALW, Jay White
Yeah.
started the year as a babyface.
Yeah, I don't like it.
Like with Bang Bang Scissor Gang. Like Jay White's been a babyface more this year than he's been a heel. Like
Yeah, I don't like it.
It's not bad. This year has not been bad. It's only they haven't stirred him in the right directions, aka Undisputed Kingdom, and Undisputed Kingdom was not a thing. And then but now now like the end of the year they stirred him towards Hangman. Now they're steering him towards Moxley. All right, let's go. Why?
Bang Bang Scissor Gang made my heart feel warm and fuzzy. Shout out Revolution.
Okay, but they were. First of all, we're going to stop doing that. No more shout outs to Revolution. No more thumping for Revolution as a pay per view of the year. Secondly, we're not going to try to act like Bang Bang Scissor Gang didn't come along and was not the heels and stole the thunder from the Acclaimed. How do you not? I mean, is not what happened? Acclaimed was the faces. Bang Bang Scissor Gang was the heels.
No,
yes, they don't shake
it was the two of them combined. Together combined, they became the Bang Bang Scissor Gang.
Okay, but before that, though, before they combined, Jay White and them had a little feud with the Acclaimed. It was Jay and Juice, was it not?
So this is what I'm saying when I said they steered in the wrong direction. It was the Bang Bang Gang was going against the Undisputed Kingdom, and then the Acclaim and them teamed up, and they forgot about they just forgot about Undisputed Kingdom. Then they did turn on the Acclaimed, and so I was just like, what? Y'all supposed to be towards the bad guys. How did this become a thing between you two?
But we got
to see the reunion
of the Guns with their dad, and like it was a wonderful few months there.
It was entertaining. I will say that it was entertaining.
Yeah, I mean, so here's the thing: like Jay White, I think his best work was still, even though he's done good work in AEW, I think his best work has been in New Japan, and he was a heel there. And I think his lane and sweet spot is being a heel. So I'm not a big fan of face Jay White. Let's put it that way. I don't really like him with Orange Cassidy at all.
So this is not This is not about babyface Jay White. It's more so Jay White with Orange Cassidy. That's what this is about. It was like give Jay White from Orange Cassidy. That's what this is about.
I don't feel like he's built up enough like heel heat in the States. Like the thing is that like everybody here likes him. Like in Japan, they all hated him, so it was easy to get heat. Like just sending somebody out to hit somebody in the back with a chair, boom, everybody hates him. And it's like you can't just hit somebody in the back with a chair in the States and get people to hate you if they like you.
Yeah. And so and right now now with AEW, you're not. No one's gonna be a bigger heel than the Death. Okay, I'm saying a whole lot of kill and Death Riders. So please tell me to stop before it's too much. But I'm not calling them D Riders because that's just weird. But Moxley's group is the biggest heel right now, and then next to that is the Hurt Business, and then next to that is Hangman because he's still unhinged. So you're not. So right now, Jay White's not beating them three people as being heels. So let him be a babyface for now until someone wants to. More so, I think Hangman's gonna turn. So when Hangman turns, that's when Jay White can turn.
But they are the biggest heels. But in order to do that, they had to make 2 attempts on Bryan Danielson and cause his retirement. Like, that's a lot. Like, yeah, they're the biggest heels right now, but that was a lot that they did.
Yeah. Yeah, no. So, like, the whole trajectory of the John Moxley's group, like, you have to do something that's shocking to be, because, like, no offense, I wasn't going to boo John Moxley. I'm still not booing John Moxley, but I am not a person who goes against the grain. So it's like, if he's a heel, I'll go with it, but I'm not booing you. But, like, you have to do something that huge to get booed. So
He's my favorite wrestler. Like, yeah.
But this was bad though. This was you can't unalive somebody with a bag though. We can't say yes to that.
It's like I'm not booing him out. Like, the reaction I got was, "I'll miss you, Danielson. Bye."
No.
Well, this was a great opening segment. Great way to start the match, or great way to start the show. I enjoyed all of it. So.
Yeah, no, this was great. Like he had those little pocket moments of, oh, remember OC versus Pat? That was a good time. I love that. And Jay White versus Moxley was a great like the C2 last year. I do remember when that's probably my favorite moment was when they announced Triple Threat and Swerve came out and Jay White was doing the Swerve dance while stomping on Moxley's arm. So even though we'll get to that later, I want to see Moxley versus Jay White one-on-one down the road. But like you said, this was a great opener. Wherever they were, the fans were good, but like the pockets of silence were. I don't like that. It's like I know you can't. What you call it? I know you can't. Like, you can pipe in noise. People don't like that. But I would rather have I'd rather have some kind of noise the whole time, and then like the raw of everything. So, but like it was still that's the crowd. That's not the wrestlers, but it was still a great match. But the end
I do feel like, and we talked a little bit about this. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt, but before when we were waiting for you to come this morning, we talked a little bit about. I was a little underwhelmed at the entire show. I thought it was a solid episode of Dynamite. It just didn't feel like a winter is coming. It didn't feel like it had enough on it to be a special show. And I think AEW needs to ramp up their production a little bit, just in general. I think that's where WWE really thrives. Everything feels like a spectacle. Even Monday Night Raw, even SmackDown feels like a spectacle, much more than almost anything AEW really does. They're not. It doesn't feel like they're doing a great job at making things feel really, like every once in a while, the stuff at Wembley's been good over the years, that kind of stuff. But few and far between. It feels like they have a hard time really making things feel really special. And I thought Winter is Coming should have felt more special than it did.
I thought we were talking about it later, but no, I wholeheartedly agree with you. And then compared to the last Winter is Comings, it was, we needed something else. We definitely needed something else. But it didn't suck. But Winter is Coming is one of those. It is one of the big shows that is not a pay-per-view. So
the first Winter is Coming felt like the most special TV special AEW ever did.
And then the next one after that, it's Sting. I'm still kicking myself in the head about
that was the first one, wasn't it?
Was it? I'm not sure.
Yeah.
If it was, yeah. If it was, then yeah. And then, yeah. And
debut of Sting and John Moxley losing the title to Kenny Omega.
Oh, like you can't see? Why would you bring that up compared to this one? It's like none of that. We got one return, but it was not Sting return. And yeah, why would you say that?
Yeah. Like that might be the greatest special in the history of wrestling. Like, not pay-per-view, a TV special. Like, shit.
But all right, so see this how we move on too fast. All right, so the end of the match, OC was in control, about to get the win, but here comes unhinged Hangman coming in to break it up because you just couldn't wait for the match to be over, could you? And then of course the brawl breaks out, and unlike last week, Moxley's group is on top because the baby faces were not on the same page. Story down about later, and so Marina Shavir comes out, and Claudio and Yuta comes out, and then Claudio got the Yuta Yuta chant. Like, oh my, wait a doggone minute. I guess whatever's working is working because Yuta, really? Okay, fine. But so that was the opening segment. And then, like I said, because the baby faces weren't together, the heel stood tall. Any more thoughts before we get to the next segment?
Not on my part.
AEW first.
I know. I don't got nothing else to say.
Shout out the Heat. Like, even Yuta. Like, that's not a built-in chant. That is a custom chant. Like, he's the least established dude of the entire group, and he's getting his own personal chant. Like,
and I'm happy for that because, like, when you insert people in the groups, you want them to be inserted not because to help them get better, to help them get over. And so, all right, it's working. It's working. So I'm here for that.
Right, the whole reason to put Yuta with them in the first place is because he's a young guy that you like, that you think has a future, and you want to give him time with guys that are the present and really good, and let him get that rub. And that's what's happening here. I mean, clearly he's getting over. So
yeah. So yay, FU Yuta. All right. So we have another Bandito vignette where it's not Bandito on the poster. It's Bandito riding in on a horse. And all these outlaws that I have no clue who they are, get out of our town or else. And then Bandito basically beats them all up. Might unalive the man on the concrete, but we don't care about him enough to check up on him later. Bandito is coming. Thoughts?
Oh, man, I'm excited. I mean, there was a period of time where Bandito was considered one of the best wrestlers on the planet. I think he's kind of cooled down a little bit. I think he was injured for a minute. Last time he was around, he was extremely exciting. So, I kind of like this this vignette felt kind of Lucha Undergroundy to me,
yes,
and just kind of its style, which I really liked. So, if we get more of that from him and this kind of vignette style, I'm here for that. So yeah, I think it's all good.
If you know Bandito, like, you love this. If you don't know Bandito and you didn't watch like ROH and Lucha Underground and stuff, then like you're probably like, what the heck is going on? Like, if you are a WWE watcher or just a casual and you turn this on, like, I imagine you'd be so confused.
Like, not confused, because the vignettes are like, just follow the vignettes. He's Bandito. He's an outlaw. He's a big guy. All right. It's like if you have not seen anything before this, just go along for the ride. Let's go along for the ride and see if you like them. All right. So next we have a Moxley promo. It's just like egos. Everyone has a freaking ego. That is wrong with AEW. But you know what? Uneasy is the head the head that wears the crown. And I like it that way. I like all the pressure on my back. So you know what? An early Christmas present. I'm paraphrasing, but I'm an early Christmas present. World's End. Fatal 4-way. Let's go. We all knew this was happening. People are like, well, why would you do this? Oh, and like, Marcel, tell us, Marcel, why would you do this? Because evidently he can take them all out and they're not together. Why did you say take them out together? He said it in his words. Because they all have egos, he's going to beat everybody. What more do you want? But thoughts?
This is the second best thing to happen this week.
Wow. That's a lot.
That's a lot. New Day?
After New Day, yeah.
After New Day, of course, yes.
This is the second best thing to happen this week. I love Jon Moxley. And, like, this is a clip that like on YouTube I will watch, and then as soon as it's over, I hit replay and watch it again. like, like I it's a thing of like I want to see more Moxley, but I understand other people need opportunity and time on TV too.
Yes and no, because he's a champ. Like, so when this first happened, and we were doing two segments of Moxley. I'm like, yes, because he's a champ. I don't understand why people are mad at this, because he's a champ. So why should I not see him multiple times on the show? But that is just me.
Yeah, I mean,
AEW,
I mean, you know, Moxley's great, and you know, this is a. Uh-oh, did I lose my background? That's
No,
weird.
So yeah,
Why is
can't
it
see
all
you, but
white? Yeah, no, that's
there we
weird.
go.
There we go. That was weird. Needless to say, Moxley, you know, Gunther and Drew need to watch Moxley promos and, you know, take some advice from, or take some, you know, some marks from Moxley, because he has all the energy that they don't have, right? There's nothing wrong with necessarily what they're saying. It's just the lack of energy and feeling engaged and feeling like they care. Moxley feels like he cares too
Yes,
much all the time. And that's why I'm invested. That's what makes it great. So, you know, yeah, no, this is perfect. I mean, this is classic, and like you said, Death Riders are, you know, the dominant faction at the moment, and so they should be, you know, have multiple segments. And Moxley, you know, is great, so have him on TV. At the same time, I do kind of feel what Sammy says, which is there's only so much, you know, camera time, and it's tough when, you know, it's dominated for 35 minutes by John Moxley, or 30 minutes of 2 hours is dominated by John Moxley. When you talk about the match that he's in first and then the promo later and
Well,
whatever, or, you know.
I'm fighting the feeling of like give him more time. It's like we can't do that. We
Right. No,
can't
that's
give
what
him
I'm saying.
more.
I'm saying they deserve more time. And at the same time, he's already getting a lot of time that's already taking away from other guys getting time. So it's like, what do you do? You know, but yeah, I mean, he's already, you know, he already got, you know, a quarter, 25% of this show. So you can't give him much more than that. And yet he probably deserves more than that. And the Death Riders are, you know, they're the best thing in AEW at the moment as far as factions goes. So.
And his promos feel so organic. Like they make me question whether like he wrote anything down before going out there, or if he just wung it, because like he feels so natural doing it.
Right. Yeah.
It's
Yep.
complete night and day between him when he was in WWE.
Oh yeah. Well, most definitely. All right. So
Yep.
a part that I forgot about the opening segment was we have Christian in the rafters watching with his patriarchy. For some reason, he told he gave Nick Wayne, and what's his name? What's his buddy's name? That's part of it now. The other one with the blonde hair, with silver hair. Nick Sabian. I was going to say Nick Sabian. I wasn't sure. Sabian. He gave him a mission, so they left for the mission. Never knew what the mission was, but he's by himself. Now coming back around, he's still in the rafters with the microphone. Shut up while I'm conducting business. And so basically he was like, look, fatal 4-way, good, fine. But I have this contract here that says that I will basically beat whoever is winning. And so he goes down the list and he gets to Moxley. He's like, when I win this title off of you, I want you to give in to that little voice in your head that says, it's okay, John, you deserve it. Take that drink. I'm going to beat you back into rehab. It's like, why? Why do we have to go this dark? And so he's still pontificating about his evil plan, like the turtleneck villain that he is. And while he's going towards the door, there's a hook with his arm bandaged up and a hoodie over his head, just waiting for Christian to turn around. And so he's like, and so the last thing I'll say, and then bang, Hook breaks through the door and beats the crap out of Christian, and then basically getting his lick back. He almost unalives Christian by throwing him over the barricade off the top of the rafters, but somehow Christian gets the leg. This is the best that Hook has looked. I'm not mad at this. The only thing I'll say is, and I think someone said, Rambo said it, I think we said it too. If you're going to keep Hook with Christian, you can't skip weeks. If this is going to be a thing, let Hook be. Remind people about this as well as Christian going for the title. If you're not going to do that, just let Christian go for the title. But if you're going to do something with Hook, get it over with and make sure we keep being reminded of Hook. But this was a great way to. This is a great remembrance, great segment. Go.
One masterclass promo into another masterclass promo.
Yeah.
And AEW ain't even the promo show, it's the wrestling show, which boggles the mind. I will say one thing, jokingly. So Hook be looking more like Peter Pan than he does.
Hilarious.
Listen, it's
Yeah.
It's a risk of being too clustery because you have too much going on at one time. I do kind of like the way that they've woven a bunch of different things together in AEW, and it feels like the transition from one thing to the next is working well. The bridge from Moxley to Christian and then to the Hook segment worked well, and it flowed well. It made the pacing of the show feel good, all those kinds of things. I do worry a little bit just about too many people in one segment, but they managed to stretch it out enough that it felt like multiple segments. So in that regard, it was good. Christian needs to be a little more focused. I agree. It's either do the Hook thing or move on from that and just focus on the title. The being drawn in a couple different directions feels a little much.
It works for me because it feels like he doesn't want to do the Hook thing. The Hook thing's coming for him.
Sure. Yeah. Christian, I did notice he stumbled in the first 5 words of his promo, but then beyond that, it was perfect. He had a little gap right at the very beginning. I think 2 words he kind of bungled, but beyond that, then he hit his mark, and it's Christian, so it's always good. Hook, I think the jury's still ultimately out on Hook. He's young, and we'll see what ends up happening. He hasn't developed quite as much or as fast as I hoped he would. That being said, there's nothing egregious about what he does. And like Anika said, this may have been the best Hook segment or, thing that he was part of and that he's done outside of the ring. I think he is growing. I just wish it was a little faster. And my expectations are probably unfair. They're probably unrealistic. Taz was so incredible, and I understand that you're not your father and all those things, but it's like Taz was so incredible. I just want so much from Hook, and I feel like sometimes I'm left wanting, a little. And so, yeah, it is what it is. But I like this though. I thought it was good overall.
They say keep him wanting.
This is true.
All right. So next up, we have our first C2 match of the night. Hey, Ospreay versus Claudio. I remember watching this. Was it this year or last year they had their match together, which was great, and I remember it like it was yesterday. But it had to be this year. Yeah. So
I think it was this year.
Yeah. So them them together is always going to be a great tie, and it was. Now, side note, Ospreay, baby, come close, mama. I don't like your hair straightened. This is weird. This is weird to me. I don't like it. I need it to be curled up, and then the attire, greenish your color, baby. I'm not sure what kind of Punisher skull thing you're going on with your trunks. I don't like that either. So next week, I need you to put the perm back in your hair, and I need you to wear some green because this was just a little bit. Well, not a lot. Just a little bit. But case in point, the match was awesome. We start with a freaking Spanish fly and a near fall, and basically Ospreay going off to the Raptors because you are going up against Claudio, so you do need to go balls to the walls to beat this guy. But Claudio will recover and strongman this dude, which is what happened. And then it ends up with basically Osprey doing a wrestling move of a jackknife cover. Quick, 1, 2, 3. Claudio, another 3. I'm sorry. Osprey beats Claudio, another 3 points. Any thoughts?
Man, this was an amazing match from beginning to end. I mean, both guys are great at the moment. I do think that it showed why Osprey is a little better, I think, ultimately than Claudio.
No.
I think this reestablished Osprey as the best wrestler on the planet. I mean, he started in fourth gear, he finished in 10th gear, and most people don't even go past the fourth gear. So, everything about this was brilliant. The only nitpick I have, and it's a very little nitpick, but I really, really don't like it when a really solid match ends up with what seems like the wrong kind of pin at the end. It doesn't feel like Claudio was ready or tired enough yet or beat down enough to lose the jackknife at that point. It felt like there needed to be something more substantial to put Claudio down. At the same time, Will Ospreay needed to get the win here. He's taken a couple losses, and I think he needed the win here to reestablish the fact that he is Will Ospreay, that guy. But yeah, Claudio still comes off looking great as well as he should. I think this is the best work he's done probably ever in his career, or at least that I've seen. So yeah, there was nothing. I mean, this is an A+ match for me.
This match made me feel like I was spoiled, like like having a billionaire daddy spoiled.
That's a lot, but I will say this. This was worthy of Winter is Coming. I will say that. This was definitely a Winter is Coming worthy match. And to your credit of the ending, I like, so when it comes to me, I kind of like where it's like I did not best you. I just got 1, 2, 3. I do like those endings because it's like, okay, we're keeping Claudio strong, but it's like not like. So like I don't need like certain people in certain matches. I don't need to be beat down, victorious winner. When it comes, it's a tournament, right? It's a tournament. So some of these endings don't need to be I bested you. It's like I survived you. I have 3 points. I'm going to the next. I'm getting up the card.
Right. No, it feels like to get a 3 count on Claudio in any capacity, you have to inflict quite a bit of damage and catch him at the right moment. And it didn't quite feel like all that had come together at the moment that it happened. He had just missed a hidden blade and gotten hit by the uppercut, and he had just, and taken a big lariat, and then it was like, okay, I guess. Claudio had felt in control right before the pin, and it's like, oh, okay, which is a little odd to me. I mean, it'd been one thing if Ospreay had hit, 3, 4 moves in a row, maybe the Tiger Driver or whatever, and then it ended up in the jackknife or something like that, then that's fine. It just didn't feel like Claudio was in a vulnerable enough position at that moment to be held down for 3 seconds right there. But I half expected these two to go to a draw, honestly. I mean, points-wise, I didn't know how it was going to work out, but I mean, obviously each one would get 1 point. I just meant as far as ultimately it does punish both guys point-wise as far as getting to the finals to have a draw. But I thought this match could have came out a draw, and I would have been fine with that.
Yeah. No. So I totally understand what you're saying, but not 100% Matt Ospreay won because both of these dudes are guys. When it comes to AEW, it's probably for me. I don't have a list, but I know top 5 is Ospreay, Moxley, Claudio, Darby, and like those are my top 4 people, whatever order, whatever the day is. But after the match, Claudio was beating up Ospreay. Darby comes out to fend off Claudio. Yeah. Darby comes out to fend off Claudio with a pipe, and then he looks at Ospreay. We're getting Ospreay versus Darby next week. Yay! Any thoughts on that?
It should be fun. It should be a lot of fun.
We're getting Darby versus Ospreay. Okay.
I imagine Darby's going to take more punishment than anybody else in the tournament from Ospreay.
Interesting. Maybe. Like, that's big talk because he did go against Brody. Brody's my dude.
I meant as in Ospreay dealing damage to people. Like hidden blades, heck, maybe even get a Tiger Driver. You gotta keep him down. Darby's hard to keep down. Do the Tiger Driver.
Yeah. All right. So next we have a Ricochet promo, and I don't like him talking. No offense. No, no offense to
That's
Ricochet.
messed up.
What he's a I'm sorry. No, I'm not sure what his motivation is, but I don't like it because boo. But yeah, he was like, I hold. So basically, how good he is. The C2 is the reason why he came to AEW, and rightfully so, because this is where the best wrestle. As of right now, I have all the cards in my hand, and he pulls out the Hurt Syndicate card. Will he or won't he? Just screw it. Just do it. Like just join the Dago faction. Any thoughts on this promo?
I mean, I don't have a problem with Ricochet's promos. I mean, I think he's fine. I mean, I think, especially when you're comparing him to other guys who I've already talked about previously in this show, i.e., Drew or Gunther. I mean, at least he has some energy. He has some life to him. I mean, he's not just feels like he's kind of going through the motions when he's talking. So,
I thought this was solid.
Yeah, I didn't have a problem with it at all. I mean, and I like Ricochet. So,
I mean, if we're comparing it to Moxley or Christian, then yeah, he fell short. But like, if we're comparing it to previous Ricochet promos, this felt solid to me. This was some of his
It's
best
not
promo
about
work.
It's not about what he said. It's how it's like for me he's annoying. You're in the words of the villain from Avengers 2. You're bothering me. You're just annoying. That's just me.
Anika finds him annoying, and you can't fix that.
I'm coming up
we
next.
see what.
All right.
What happens next?
All right. So next, we're in the parking lot. A car pulls up. Booth come out of the car. He's walking up. The camera pans up to his neck. Burberry scarf. MJF is out of the freaking clock that he was in for the past couple of months. We have a live MJF in our midst coming to watch. Probably who else? Adam Cole versus Kyle O'Reilly.
The devil is among us.
Yes. Glad he's back in live action. I like MJF. I know a lot of people don't. I'm a big MJF guy, so.
No, he doesn't suck. It more so is just like, yeah, him being away, him doing like these vignettes on like all right, enough of the videos. We need you live. We need you live.
Yeah. Yep.
All right, and so next we have a Matt Cardona promo. So anyone watched ROH? No, that wasn't bad. But Matt Cardona accepted Chris Jericho's challenge at Final Battle. He basically said, I have reinvented myself for this moment, and I'm going to beat Jericho. This was all fine and dandy. Him versus Jericho, blah. Me and Sammy, again, were talking about this last night. The peak of Matt Cardona, indie darling, or indie king, I feel like was last year. And this might have been better last year. But hey, we're going to do the match. I don't have any problems with Matt Cardona. That's just me, but whatever.
I also mentioned that Chris Jericho was much more well-liked a year ago than he is now.
Loris agrees that Ricochet is annoying.
It's just like either you're a heel or a babyface. So draw a line in the sand. But back to
ALW, are you a Cardona fan?
No.
I didn't think so.
No. That's why I said boo. I mean, honestly, like I honestly couldn't.
Well, you could have been booing because of Jericho.
Both. I mean, I can't boo loud enough for either one at this point. Like, if there was two people that I really, me, I hate on a lot of people. There were two guys that I really couldn't care less about or bother me more. They couldn't, putting them together in a match. It's these two. Like, I mean, nothing wrong. I mean, Matt Cardona is what he is. I give him credit for being able to go on the independent scene and basically turn around his career from what WWE relegated him to. That being said, I just don't like him. I mean, I just don't like him. And I really don't like Chris Jericho. I mean, there was a period of time a few years ago where I was grudgingly, acknowledging how good he has been and can be, but I've never, ever liked him. He's always been one of my least favorite guys in general. And now that he's, well past his prime and way long in the tooth and needs to get off TV in general, and it's still here all the time. I'm really pissy about it. So yeah, this match does nothing. In fact, this match has a negative impact on me, let alone and not moving the needle. Like this actively irritates me.
Well,
So
at least you know which match to use as your bathroom break.
that's right.
What I was gonna say, does Cardona winning the belt off of Jericho do anything for you?
I mean, just because I hate Chris Jericho, I think a little bit more than Matt Cardona, just because I've been forced to watch Jericho longer than Matt Cardona. So
Yeah.
in that regard, and I hope that, I guess my hope is, ultimately that Chris Jericho decides that he's done enough and goes away. And I'm hoping that maybe the loss of another title, it's not going to happen, but that's my hope. And so if Cardona wins, maybe we get at least a break from Jericho for a while. And I guess it is what I mean. I don't want Matt Cardona to be a title holder either, but I guess it is what it is. It's kind of the lesser of two evils, I suppose.
All right. Yep.
Let's see. Dolores says Matt Cardona's been great, and she loves him since doing GCW.
Yeah, no. Like, so him being the king of indie wrestling and killing and basically ruining indie shows, that have been hilarious. But like, I
him
think
and Santana Jackson.
Yeah, so like I think you definitely should have done this a year before. Like if you do this last year, this would have been highly hyped up. But there you go. It kind of died down for Cardona. That's just my opinion.
I think Matt Cardona is perfect for something like GCW. I think that's his wheelhouse, or an independent or an MLW. I just don't think he's good enough for the big stage.
Yeah. All right.
The king of hardcore that doesn't do hardcore.
Right. All right. So now we have the Adam Cole versus Kyle O'Reilly match. Whoever wins faces MJF. Now look, we've all been down on this feud because you should have just let it in the past. But when it comes to wrestling, yes, please, these two guys in the ring always end forever. Right? So yep, we have Adam Cole versus Kyle O'Reilly. And again, they know each other. So this match should not suck. And it didn't. At the end, here comes MJF, of course, trying to make sure Cole doesn't win, but trying to hit him with a diamond ring. But Cole gets out the way, actually super kicks him. And he actually covers O'Reilly. 1, 2, 3. Cole wins! Look, I was very, very, what you call it? I was very nervous. They're trying to prolong this. I'm like, oh gosh, O'Reilly was gonna. Yeah, my prediction was O'Reilly was gonna win, and there's gonna be O'Reilly versus MJF, and it's like, stop. So I'm very glad they're like, yes, let's do this. World's End, MJF versus Cole. Let's finish this feud.
This might be the opening match for World's End.
I wouldn't be mad at that. Just like all out or all in with MJF versus Garcia. Yeah.
I like the way that they did this. I like the way they did this. I thought it was extremely predictable that Kyle O'Reilly was going to get the win, and we were going to have to get MJF versus Kyle O'Reilly first, and that didn't happen. So I liked that. I didn't see that coming. That being said, it's about time. I mean, the fact that, it's been so long that we've been waiting for this, and some of that is not their fault. It is what it is. Injuries and life and all that kind of stuff, it happens. I get it. At the same time, we also have been acutely aware of the fact that they've been treading water to a certain extent until they can get to this situation, and have this match ultimately. So they just need to do it and get it done with. Kyle O'Reilly and Adam Cole together are magic. That being said, I've seen them together and they've done better, or not better, but they've given more. Let's put it that way. So there's more in the tank. I don't know if we're going to see it again. But if this was a pay-per-view match, I think it would have been even more. That being said, it was still phenomenal in what it was. So, yeah, I loved it. And the post-match angle was great.
All right. So after though, Cole was extending his hands to O'Reilly. He still doesn't want to be friends. Why? It's like, what is your problem, bro? What is your problem? Amy, no offense, I don't think I care to know. I don't care. I don't care that much. So whatever. The
Yeah,
next
I'm not
up,
sure what
yeah,
I'm not sure what's going on with Kyle O'Reilly exactly, except that right now he's a face and he feels like they're not faces, I guess, and he doesn't want to be a heel. I suppose is what's going on. He doesn't want to give in to Adam Cole and the Kingdom that have heelish tactics, and he's a good guy, I suppose. So it is what it is. He's undecided at the same time. They're his friends. At least Adam Cole is a minimum, and so although they're all friends, so he's got to he's torn, right? So
sure, all right, but yeah, like,
sure.
would you say something? You say something, Sammy?
No.
Okay, yeah. So next we have an FTR promo promoting, like, it's not just Netflix that's going to be on something on a streaming service next year. We have, for people who don't, like, in case you forgot, AEW did have a show, have a deal with Max. So if for some reason you can't get TBS, if you have Max, you can watch TBS live for Dynamite as well. And so that premiere Wednesday, FTR is calling out the Death Riders. Cool. FTR needs something, and so this will be at the moment, but they
Which
do need
Death
something.
Riders?
Do you know? Because I don't.
Well, I'm just thinking that they already beat them once this year, so.
Yeah.
I think that's the magic of having four guys. It could be any two, right? We don't know yet.
The ones that beat him were Claudio and Mox. Claudio and
Freebird
Mox
rules.
beat him this year.
Ooh, interesting. I'm glad you brought that up, because if they want, like, that was All In, right? And so
Revolution.
Revolution. All right.
Oh my God! Say Revolution one more time, Sammy. Say Revolution one more time.
It counts for this part because we know what we're talking about. But yeah. So Revolution. When they had that match, it didn't feel complete, right? They were doing this like 2 out of 3. It felt like they were doing a program with FTR, and they just stopped because Moxley was going to Japan and wanted to take a break.
Yeah, and then FTR gets shots at the tag team championships. Meanwhile, Death Riders didn't get any. And it was like, wait, what? Huh? They beat FTR, and FTR is now challenging for the tag team championships, huh?
So yeah, what are you gonna say? If they want to put a bow on that, I'm perfectly fine with that. Yeah, and that actually is a really good match for the first TBS/Max live Dynamite.
Mm-hmm.
All right, and
which
so
is gonna make it so much easier for me to watch Dynamite.
For all people who don't have cable or cable providers, yes, yeah, this gonna be good. And next up, we have Jericho Minute. The best way to have a Jericho. Talking about his match with Matt Cardona, and to heat Matt Cardona up, we're gonna have Matt Cardona versus Brian Keith on Rampage. Side note, that was a decent match. It was. We watched it last night. It was actually pretty good. And of course, Brian Keith, you respect Chris Jericho line, and he's always good. Any thoughts on this too?
You said it best yourself. Best way to get Jericho. Have him in a minute.
AEW.
Other than the fact that Brian Keith gets TV time, there's nothing I got to say about it. I'm happy that Brian Keith gets TV time.
Right.
Shout out Big Bill.
Big Bill and Brian Keith are our main focus about this.
All right. That being said, I feel like they are being held back now. In the beginning, I think they were getting a rub. Now I'm concerned that it's going too long and that they're being held back.
I feel like Brian Keith is still getting a bit of a rub, but for Big Bill, it does feel like Big Bill is being held back.
Yeah, I do. So when it comes to the C2, yeah, all the opponents are cool, but there are some of them. It's like, hold up, wait. Why isn't this person in the C2? Why isn't this person in the C2? We're so like, why wasn't Big Bill in the C2? Or Takeshita? I know Takeshita has a belt, but still, like
Big Bill is a total package. Like, he can talk, he can wrestle, he's tall, he's athletic. But the most notable thing he's done is being in the tag team with Ricky Starks. And
But
I
what
guess
I was
we
gonna
should just
say,
be thankful that he's still on TV. Meanwhile, Ricky Starks is not.
yeah. But what we're gonna say? Talking about, no offense, but AEW has a record of not knowing how to book big men. So Big Bill isn't. There's still hope for Big Bill, but there's, what's the word? There's not a lot of time to do it. Like, all right, like either like not gonna say now or never, but let's do it sooner rather than later. I will say that.
The reality is Enzo and Cass was a long time ago. He's not a young dude. He's not a spring chicken. I mean, if
Yeah,
it's going to happen and he's going to get pushed and actually start to have, maybe a superstar or main event career, it's got to happen sooner than later, right? I mean, it's only
yeah,
so much tread on the tires, and he's been around now for a while. So,
right. Understood, wholeheartedly. All right, so now we have a Darby backstage interview with Tony Schiavone, and basically, what's going on with what's going on with Darby right now? He's basically like, look, I'm really confused about why I'm the only one worried about the AEW and what John Moxley is trying to do to it, and it's like everyone is taking it as seriously as I am anymore, and he's like, and like and so Moxley thinks that pain is something that can stop people, and then my pure Darby, he just like starts punching himself for blood. Pain doesn't bother me. I'm like, sir, you don't have to prove that though. Cause I'm pretty sure your body, even though it doesn't bother you spiritually, your body disturbed by it every time you do this to it. And so he's like, I'm going to take down the Death Riders. And then Tony Schiavone was like, Darby, you do realize that you're in the seat too. He's like, oh yeah. All right, so I'm going to use this to get to the Death Rider. And he ends it with Dark Moxley. It was a killer line. I don't want to mix up. He's like, dang it was a killer line. It was more so, but basically, the worst thing that can happen is you believe your own lies. And so like, yeah. So God bless Darby for keeping up this Moxley overtakes AEW thing, because he's right. He's the only one who's really concerned about it. Everyone else, yeah, with the title, but it's not the crucial, oh crap, what we're gonna do that it was when they just got here. But any thoughts?
I mean, Darby's solid. This is another one of those things where you can see a person that actually has a lot of personality and can talk well and has a good promo. I mean, he's a very solid promo. Sometimes I think his stories feel a little too hard to believe. This wasn't one of those situations, but he's always intense. He's always got great energy. Darby, I think, is the kind of guy, I said this before, that would give you the same energy, promo and wrestling, in front of two people in a bathroom as he would in front of 100,000 people at Wembley Stadium. So I think you get 100% of Darby Allin all the time, and this was a solid promo or solid interview with Tony Schiavone. I mean, for what it is, it worked well. I enjoyed it.
Anything, Sammy?
No.
All right. So next up, the next what you call it? The next C2, Ricochet versus Brody King. And my Brody King, Brody King is, I can't put him in the top 5, but he's an alternate 6. He's definitely a 6 man. We're just like, I love him. I do love you.
Yeah.
And so,
on paper, can you pick a bigger dream match than these two dudes, though?
dream match more so no one who had done before.
Yeah.
If we're pontificating, why would you say that? Because I want Bronson Reed as Brody King, if that's ever a possibility. Give me that one. But either way,
I mean, AEW's given us a ton of matches I didn't know I wanted and needed, and here's another one of them. At the same time, Ricochet versus Brody King, I don't know if I would call it a dream match,
yeah.
per se. But I mean, that being said, I thought it was extremely fun. I was surprised at the outcome.
It was so it was definitely fun. Let's set the scene. I love that Brody King was just Brody King, where it's just like I was like not sure what you thought this was, but he just tossed around Ricochet like what you thought this was, what you thought this was gonna be, and I love that. And so Ricochet had to be a little bit quicker, had to be a little bit more conniving. Not gonna say all the way heel, but a little bit more conniving than usual. Yes, he was. And like he said, the end credit was, okay, look, this man calls this the spirit gun. We need a better name, baby. We need a better name. The spirit gun feels like something that the Spirit Squad would have called their finisher. So I need you to come up with a different name for your finisher. But he gave 2 of his finishers to Brody King, and Ricochet wins. It looks like we're getting more heel Ricochet, which probably is better for him. But I wanted Brody King to win this so much because he's my dude. But thoughts? Any thoughts?
Solid match for what it was. I mean, these two have good big man, little man chemistry. Very surprised Ricochet got the win here, just because I feel like Brody King deserved better after I thought what was a little bit of a lackluster run in last year's C2. So I was hoping this year he'd have a little bit better run.
Yeah.
And not that he didn't have good matches at all. Not that they are not having good matches, but just point-wise and victory-wise. So I was a little surprised. Me personally, I would have preferred Brody King to get the win here over Ricochet. But again, it is what it is. Heel Ricochet, I do think that heel Ricochet needs the Hurt Business. So if he's going to go heel, he should just join the Hurt Business, because, even though I don't have a problem with Ricochet's talking and whatever, I do think he is better when he's not talking, or when he has someone like an MVP that's around to talk for him, or to be the main focus of stuff, and to kind of, be the things that he's not. Let's put it that way. So, yeah, but, other than that, the match itself was very solid. And, Ricochet is a good wrestler. I just wish Brody King got the win.
Anything, Sammy?
I can't argue with ALW statements. Like, man, like a dream match I didn't know I needed, but like, if it ever is one, like, whew.
Yeah. And like I said, not sure where Brody King goes here, but I do want my baby to get some wins. So this should be the last lose he gets in a minute. Please and thank you. All right. So next up, we have this backstage segment with, let's remember, we had tag team champions in their private party. And so yeah.
I'll be back.
Okay. So Private Party has a backstage segment. It's like look, we're backstage. We're tag team champions. Shots. Who wants to step up to the plate? And so here comes Action Andretti and Lio Rush. Lio Rush looking cool in the jacket. Action Andretti do better. And so he's like, well, I know what I want for Christmas, and so he's like, oh, here you go. Isaiah tried to give him a shot. No, fool. I want to try them that goal right there on the table. It's like, look here. We're fighting champions, but you know what I want for Christmas? A beautiful, juicy, and then here comes Layla Gray. It comes fast, really? Okay, fine. And so, but more so Layla Gray. Here comes Top Flight, and Top Flight is like, Darius, Dante. They're talking to each other. When was the last thing that Action Andretti and Lio Rush did to get a shot for the tag team championships? Like nothing, right? Nothing. All right, I just want to make sure that I knew. I was confused. And so Leo was like, okay, so how about we do a match? Me and Action Andretti versus you and Dante. Winner gets a shot. And so Pride Party just letting them go at it. It's like, all right, they're like, we cool, whatever. And so they're like, bet. And so Leo talking about no hard feelings. Dante, pulls them in. And it's like, just pass him the bat. No answers. Because like, fool, are you serious? You want to eliminate us as the Diamond Battle Royal and say no hard feelings? We basically broke up. You didn't even tell us why, but there's no hard feelings? Really, fool? But I digress. This is probably going to be a fun match. I do feel some type of way with all the black men standing in a row. That's just me. Like, can we have some kind of story of why they want to face each other? Like, can we get a reason of why we got to break up? But all right, cool. Again, but in ring wise, this will be fun. Your thoughts?
I didn't, there were a couple things you said that I hadn't really thought about, but yeah, I mean, yes, they're all in a line, and it is a little bit of whatever. I often say that we don't need, you don't have to have the, we traveled up and down the road together for 10 years and had sex with each other's wives and smoked crack together and were homeless in the same box together to have a feud, right? I think it's more than enough for someone to just say, you have a title and I want a title shot. So I don't necessarily in a vacuum have a problem with Action Andretti and Leo Rush saying, hey, I want a shot at Private Party. And nor do I have a problem with Top Flight saying, hey, listen, the three of us have been circling, these three tag teams have kind of, well, especially Action and, well, okay, let me rephrase that. Action Andretti and Top Flight have been associated with each other. And Top Flight and Private Party have been, indirectly kind of associated and circling each other because they've kind of, in some respects, they're similar. And so I can see how there's, whatever they've, and Leo Rush obviously is a new addition to the thing, but it feels like there's similarity here. And so, in that regard, I think it works well. I'm happy to see Leo Rush in anything on my TV because I think he's extremely talented. And let's see, which one is she at? Are you there, Anika? Okay, because you're on here twice now. So, I'm sorry, you're on here twice now, so I wasn't sure.
There you go.
Let's see. I'll take
Thank
that
you.
one out. Okay, yeah.
Yeah.
But what I was saying was, I was very concerned, not concerned. I thought that even though Private Party has been around, put in a lot of work, deserves an opportunity with the belts, going from the Young Bucks, it feels like a step down. That being said, I do really like this. This match makes my wrestling heart happy. This match is going to be off the hook, wrestling wise. I expect it to start in third or fourth gear, and end in seventh or eighth gear. I mean, all six of these guys can really wrestle, and are extremely fast paced. It should be very energetic. The cardio should be through the roof. It should be a lot of good spots. So the match I'm extremely excited for. I think when you talk about some other tag teams that exist in AEW, maybe these three are mid card. That might be where you classify them, which I don't know that that's great for your World Tag Team Championship belts. That being said, I think this match is going to be phenomenal.
Yeah, when I'd say Mark Quinn is the slowest dude in the match, like it's a fast-paced match.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Yeah. Like I said, in ring, this is gonna be good. This is gonna definitely be good. But after this, it's something about TK where he doesn't like people being his top guys, even if they're champions. So it's like just once, yes, let Private Party beat another top team champions. I mean, another one of your top dudes. I think, yeah, after this, let them beat a FTR or House of Black, like somebody that solidifies that yes, we're the greatest of all time. Right. As of right now.
Yeah, I agree.
All right. So next up, we have a backstage promo with Mercedes Moné and Anna Jay promoting their match at next week. They have a name for it, some kind of Christmas thing, whatever. But Mercedes Moné was like, "Look, I admire you, Anna Jay. You're kind of like me. Like you went to Japan to train, you got better, but unlike you." I was, when I was your age, I was 6-time world champion before I turned 26, and I turned across the globe and blah 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 blah, and that's why I'm gonna beat you. Blah, blah, blah. it's like I'm paraphrasing. That's the gist of it. It's like, but that's why I'm better than you. You're gonna see what you're gonna see the trouble you get when you mess with Monet. And so she tries to leave, and Anna Jay was like, you listen to what I have to say. And she was trying to give it back, but she didn't. She was like, look, yes, all of that is true, but I am getting better. All I need is 1, 2, 3. It's like, we could have gave her more. I'm not sure what we could have gave her. We could have gave her more.
Yeah,
but
I don't think she needed more.
She needed something better. She needed something better than all I need is 1, 2, 3.
I didn't think Anna Jay came off looking all that great in this segment, unfortunately, and it didn't really do anything to me to hype this matchup at all. I mean, and Mercedes, she's in her bag, but she's also, it's also the same Mercedes basically all the time too. It's great, and at the same time, it's the same almost every single time. So like, I almost do need something maybe a little bit different, add a little something extra on it or something, or I don't know. But yeah, I mean, it is what it is. Anna Jay's gonna lose the match, and she lost this promo battle, I guess, if you want to even
This
call
match
it a
was a
battle.
foregone conclusion, and somebody definitely should have wrote her promo for her. But
Yes.
No offense, but when it comes to Anna Jay, there's not really anything. There's not really anything you can tell me to make me think that it's not a foregone conclusion. Like we need to give her some more wins. We need to get her in another faction. But yeah, right now I don't believe Anna Jay is beating anybody, unfortunately. So after this
and
match,
definitely not Mercedes.
Definitely not Mercedes. Definitely not Mercedes. So let's,
They mentioned during this promo that she's had, or right before, I think whatever it was, that this was her. She's defended that title 10 times already. That seems amazing to me. I can't believe she's already had 10 successful title defenses. But they mentioned that during the show. I was like, really? I need to go back and Google that because I don't remember 10 Mercedes matches with that title. But okay,
maybe like you probably gotta count the Dynamites, and she was in Japan twice, definitely once. So it might be 10. It might be 10.
Yeah.
But now we're off to the main event.
The main
Tony, Mariah May versus Mina Shirkara. All right, and so again, we're not going to dwell on how we got here. It could have been better, but we're here now, and this match was awesome. This match was awesome. Even it's frustrating because we know these women deserve better because they're that good.
You can see why Tony wanted this. I mean, now you can see why he wanted it. The way he got there didn't really work, but you can see why this is what he wanted to do.
But I guess it's like, okay, if you're gonna get this eventually. You don't wait. You don't do crap to get there. Like let Mariah May beat some other people before we get. Like we could have had some decent programs before this, right? But 100%. Like I said, we're gonna focus on the match, and this match was great. Mina's great. Mariah May is great. They're both fabulous. You can tell why. I will reiterate what you said. We can tell why TK wanted this. Just like you don't let your women's division go down because you're waiting for it.
Right.
But yeah. So all in all, a whole lot of near falls, but Mariah May comes out on top. And while she is celebrating, the returning, not timeless Tony Storm, but Rockstar Tony Storm. And you can tell she's so emotional because they're like, check your back. And she raises up the horns and the camera goes black. All right. How do y'all feel about a returning Tony Storm?
I felt really hyped until I found out that her first match was on Rampage.
Listen. Let's focus on Dynamite.
The Dynamite was great. It was until I learned afterwards that, okay.
This works great. The only issue that I have with it is that, and I mean, I think I get it. I'm glad Toni Storm is back. The women's division needs all the women back they can get their hands on. And her coming back is great. In my opinion, and Toni Storm's been a superstar for a while, the best work she's done in her career was as Timeless Toni Storm. So her not coming back as Timeless Toni Storm leaves me a little. I wasn't necessarily like, I could appreciate how good she was, but Rockstar Toni Storm didn't really do it for me. So I'm in that regards, I'm a little disappointed. I think I understand why they went that direction. It makes more sense. Mariah's the heel. Toni Storm is now going to be the face. And so, in that regard, this Rockstar persona is a little bit more fitting because Timeless Toni Storm was definitely a heel. That being said, I still think that was her best character, and I would have rather seen her come back as Timeless Toni Storm. But either way, I'm here for it. It should be fun. It feels like we talked about either you've got to take the belt off from Mariah or make her run more important. It feels like now that Mina's back or Mina's here, we had this match. Toni Storm's back. They're going to get a Toni Storm match. They're starting to make her title run feel more important, which is great. So I'm here for that.
So no. We share the same concerns because you Timeless Toni Storm was a character, and hopefully they don't just totally ignore time. In my mind, the gag is they keep asking Toni Storm who that person is. Timeless. What's your mouth? You were in black and white. What you talking? I don't remember that. I wish, so she did a little bit of it in the Rampage match and then like flashes of it came back to her. Like she was ending the match and she had to do the hip attack, but before she did the hip attack, she did the whole, oh no, it's this, and then she was different. I'm like, okay, if y'all do that, I'm here for it. Like don't totally
Hyde,
ignore
personality. Yeah.
Yes, I'm here for multiple personality, Toni Storm. Yes,
that I would be here for. Yeah.
Like I'm not sure how, but yes, give me let her be the new Mick Foley, where do a theme. Okay, all right, use your words. There we go. Female casino battle gauntlet. I want her to be Timeless Toni Storm, Rockstar Toni Storm, and then Outcast Toni Storm. I want those three to come out and somehow, some way. Yes, do that, and I'll be a happy little bunny.
Yeah, the three faces of Storm.
Storm.
I'm not opposed to that. I mean, I like Toni Storm. I mean, is she, the most talented? Probably not, but she's solid at what she does, and she's very good. So. Yeah, I don't have a problem with it. I just like the tone. I just like the timeless role better. But yeah, I mean, if they're going to give her multiple personalities, Dr. Jekyll, Mr. Hyde, whatever, she'll be whatever. Bust out timeless Toni Storm, kind of like Finn breaks out, the demon king type of situation. Big match. Yes. Here comes timeless Toni Storm for whatever reason. Then that, I'm here for that. I think that could be fun. So I thought this was a very solid Dynamite. The only thing that I think takes a ding for me, and now after talking about it, I feel a little bit less than I did watching it, is just that it didn't have the importance of feeling like a big show. So for me, it gets a little bit of a ding for that. I mean, I thought this was an A show.
Grading it as a Dynamite, or are we grading it as a Winter is Coming?
I'm grading it as the Winter is Coming. That's how they announced the show. So in that regard, I gave it an
A-.
But
it's also... But it's not a pay-per-view. It's Dynamite. Let's not do that. It's a Dynamite.
This is true. But it's supposed to be a special Dynamite.
Okay.
Other than having Winter is Coming in the name, this felt just like last week's Dynamite or next week's Dynamite. I mean, I don't know what next week's holds, but it didn't. Especially like you talked about comparing it to prior Winter is Comings or Spider Fest, which is another Dynamite special that they do, or there's another one too. I'm trying to think of it. What?
Fire the Fallen.
New Year's Bash, I think.
Yeah, so there's they do several of these,
and they do Grand Slam.
This just didn't feel like it met up to those. So for me, like I said, I gave this an A minus. It would have gotten an A if it had been a little bit better. Just production as far as Winter is Coming part of it. So for me,
it's a debate for me because like the Anna Jay promo, like how much am I going to knock that down? It's clearly not an A+.
Hmm.
But is it an A or is it an A minus?
Anika, you got it grade while Sammy deliberates?
Unfortunately, unlike Raw and NXT, there were some, not gonna say egregious, but some down points of why is this here? But it didn't suck. So
Great promos and fantastic wrestling.
B, definitely a B. I'm teetering on B or B minus. Let me see here. Okay, I wanted Brody to win, but that was still a good match. But when y'all say debating on if it was a good winner is coming, that more so brings it B minus, because if winter is coming, even though Tony Storm is back, we needed one more big match to make it a winter is coming level of a Dynamite. So I'm going to say B minus.
For me, it's even less. I feel like it's even less about the matches and the promos and the work of the show than it was just about the production of the show. It just didn't have that special feel to it. The matches were fun. They could have had those same matches, but just the production level ramped up. Make it feel bigger. Give it more lights. Give it more pyro. Give it more whatever you've got to do.
Let it
Just
snow every time
just the
someone
one
comes
winner
out.
is right. Just the one winner is coming graphic isn't enough. You know what I mean? It wasn't enough to make it feel special enough as they wanted it to be. I thought the matches were great and all the promo work was very solid. It just didn't feel as special as I think they hoped it would feel. So, and that to me is a production thing. I just think they need to hype it up more, be more spectacular about their production, which is something WWE does really, really good. When it comes to the entertainment side of it, they are more entertaining. I'm not talking about a storyline thing. I'm talking about visually watching it. The lights are brighter, the colors are brighter, it's all just more spectacular when you watch WWE than it is. I feel like AEW is still kind of dark at times, a lot of times, and it's they have intros and themes and everyone's got their own, but it doesn't feel grandiose. And to be fair, you don't need Roman Reigns taking 20 minutes to make something coming down to the ring to be grandiose, but it just doesn't have that same feel to it. Like it just doesn't. And especially on a show like this where it should, especially because it's a special Dynamite. So
All right.
it just
Yep. ALW. I will go with A minus.
Okay, wow.
well, you have
Claudio
so
versus Osprey. Like
it was fine. Okay,
fine.
it was.
All right, so me and Sammy Joe got Dynamite at an A minus. You gave it a B minus, Anika?
I gave it a B minus. I don't know, dang A. For winter is coming, but okay, sure.
I gave NXT an A minus too. So I had NXT and Dynamite. I think ultimately ranked equal this week for me. I think Sammy, you had Dynamite at a B minus. I mean, not Dynamite. You had NXT at a B minus, right?
I had them both at a B, but I had Raw teetering on a B minus, and I had NXT teetering on a B plus.
Okay, so for you, even though AEW was down, it was still the best show of the week for you. It got the highest grade for you. Yeah, I mean, for me, it was a tie between NXT and Dynamite this week, and honestly, because I'm gonna give the nod to NXT because Dynamite was supposed to be a winner is coming and a special show, and it didn't feel that way. The matches were solid, the promos were solid, but it didn't quite hit the level of a winner is coming for me. So I'm gonna give the nod slightly to NXT, even though I gave them both the same grade ultimately. So I'm going NXT this week for me. Sammy went Dynamite. I went NXT. Anika, what was your favorite show? You graded Raw at what? I forgot. You gave it a B? I think you gave it a solid B, right?
I gave it a solid B. I gave NXT a B plus, and I gave this a B minus. So yes, NXT should win.
NXT, that's 2-1 this week. NXT takes this week.
Like, come on, you like what? Let's not be crazy here. Come on.
All right. Well, NXT.
I mean, all of us thinks that all of our grades were fair grades.
even though
I never think your grades. No. Let me be very clear. I never think your grades are fair grade. Let me be very clear about
I
that.
said you think your grades are fair grades, and I think my grades are fair grades. That's what I said.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I'm the nice one here. I'll be the voice of rationalism. I think both of your grades are solid grades. So I liked both of your grades as well. Needless to say, done our NXT, which even though maybe it's not, it feels kind of like the underdog of the three shows. So when it wins, I feel like I like NXT. But to be fair, I mean, Sean did get our Horsey of the Year for Booker of the Year, and we've been raving about NXT for a long time, even though it does tend to come in a little behind Dynamite. But it's been on par with Raw for us for a while here on Winner's Circle, and this week it gets the win. So.
I mean, Anika, when it comes to Raw and NXT, we basically graded the shows the same. It's just me and ALW and you like viewed Dynamite very differently.
Yeah. All right, take us out. It's 2:00.
NXT takes the week, and we'll do a little housekeeping. You may or may not. I know I get tired of saying this, but you may or may not get an episode of Enter the Square Circle tomorrow. We'll just have to see how the rest of the weekend plays out, or the rest of today plays out, to see if we have something for tomorrow. But if we do, we'll post it on there. And if you hit that bell on the YouTube channel, you'll get notified before we go on the air. So that'll let you know for sure if we're going to put something up tomorrow or not. And Tuesday nights, we have the Cookout, 7:30 p.m. Pacific, 10:30 Eastern, where we come together and talk about what is cooking up in the world of professional wrestling. This Tuesday night will be our third and final episode of the Horsies. We're giving out, I guess, the big award for all intents and purposes: men's single, women's single, and rookie or breakout star, right? Yeah, breakout star.
Breakout star. Nice.
Breakout star of the year. So those will be our final three Horsies. And then after that, we'll be getting back to our Lucha Underground watch-alongs. But every Tuesday night, 7:30 p.m. Pacific, 10:30 Eastern. Join us for that. On Friday nights, Anika and Sammy Joe watch SmackDown and Rampage live starting at 5 p.m. Pacific, 8 p.m. Eastern with SmackDown, giving you their live opinions and reactions in real time. Saturday mornings, which are with us here now, for the Winner's Circle, me and Nika and Sammy Joe come through, talk about Raw, NXT, and Dynamite, and give you a great each show and give you our favorite show of the week. That's at 7 a.m. Pacific, 10 a.m. Eastern every Saturday morning, bright and early. Saturday nights, which I think someone should be here tonight. Something tonight. There's a Saturday night main event. Anika has to work. I think Sammy Joe said he was going to be here. My plan was to try to be here. Well, I'm going to see what's going on, but I think so. And I think CM was going to probably do Collision. So tune in at 5:00. But again, the best way, I apologize to everyone listening. I know sometimes it's a little hit or miss, but there really is only 4 of us, and life be life. And so we got to do what we got to do. But the best way to make sure that if we're going to be on is to have that bell hit on the YouTube channel. I know we should be more consistent than that, but again, the best thing is to have that bell hit and you'll know. But if we do, it'll be at 5 p.m. Pacific, 8 p.m. Eastern, Collision, and potentially Saturday night's main event tonight, which is live tonight on Peacock. So I think that's it. Oh, you can catch the audio version of the Cookout podcast on these podcast locations. If you don't want to watch or you just want to listen, you can check that out there. And you can, if you scan the QR code, that Horsey QR code will take you to Linktree, which from there you can connect with us on all of our social medias. As you can see behind us, we are everywhere, including Blue Sky, which ultimately we need to add to that graphic at some point here. Let's see. I think that's basically it. Anything else anyone wants to say before we get out of here? Let's see. It looks like there might be one more comment. Anika voted for HBK and Triple H for Booker of the Year.
Yeah, and I'm right.
What did she say? ALW, stop lying to your kids. Tell them they...
What?
Apparently, because I'm the parent, she likes to refer to me and CM as the parents of World Wrestling Network.
Yeah,
so she says I need to stop lying to my kids.
Yes.
You two, and tell them that your grades stink. All right. On that note, Until next time, where's the outro? I guess we're getting the. It's not there. Hold on. Yeah, for some reason it's not
Bye.
there. All right. I guess we'll just take a cool out. Until next time. Peace.
Bye.